lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Tonight, we present a rather unique play, yet you may find some of the situations as close to you as your own blood. We are about to take a moment in time across this country of ours in a play titled with one simple word: nightmares.
What the hell are you talking about?
I warned you repeatedly. This house is a residence of pure hatred and evil.
Now, listen, old man. I want to know where the rest of my crew is, and I want to know now.
You will see them shortly, I promise. For now, you should be more worried about yourself.
Really? And why is that?
Because of what is coming up behind you.
Our mystery drama, Nightmares, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Raven Adams, Mick Davis, Crimson McKenzie, and Winslow Swan. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. We invite you now to sit back, relax, and be comfortable, if you can. Over the course of our play tonight, we are going to be taking you across this nation of ours to 3 different locations. Each scene, however, takes place at the exact same time: night.
The house is huge. I swear that every hallway that I've been down, I'm getting closer to the front door, and yet I seem to be further than I was before. I feel some sort of presence. Janet, Amanda, and Carl are somewhere, and I haven't been able to find them or the old man, Mr. Chamberlain, since about an hour ago. I'm getting the feeling that something bad has happened.
Why would you say that, young man?
Oh, Mr. Chamberlain. I've been looking for the way out of this maze you call a house.
You are right where you need to be, Mr. Reynolds. Yes, right where you need to be.
Have you seen the others?
Others? Oh, you mean the ones who came here with you. Yes, I've seen them.
Well, I think that I have enough for the podcast. If you could just lead me to the front door.
You know, Mr. Reynolds, I did try and warn you away from this house. What exactly did you hope to accomplish by coming here?
Well, ratings have been falling off recently. We found an article about this place and thought that it would make a good show if we came and spent the night here.
And even after I warned you away, you still insisted on coming.
Oh, come on. I mean, you live here all the time and you're still breathing.
I've learned how to live with the evil that is present here.
Yeah, you mentioned that before. What sort of evil?
Why should I explain it again? You didn't listen the first time.
Okay, and so I'm listening now.
It will do you no good.
Look, Mr. Chamberlain, this is what we do. We've been to many haunted places and did a sort of cleansing on them. It makes for a great show, and I've got thousands, if not millions, of people who expect this sort of thing.
Evil cannot be cleansed, Mr. Reynolds. You might be able to put it to rest for a brief period of time, but you can never simply get rid of it.
What was that?
Evil simply transforms itself. It goes on, and each generation confronts a new evil. It could be in the form of a person, or even a place.
Don't you hear that?
Of course, evil is never confined to one person. It can invade structures and permeate throughout the land. It invites people in only to devour them with its cold, icy heart.
What is making that sound?
I would advise you not to turn around. Simply keep walking.
Where are the others that I came with?
We are very close to them, I assure you. But please, don't turn around.
What is making that sound?
It is part of the evil that is within the walls of this house. I told you. I warned you to stay away. Now I'm warning you not to turn around.
Oh, dear God. What is that awful smell?
It has been here since the beginning of time itself. It has found a home and it intends to keep it. Please, Mr. Reynolds, don't turn around. Keep walking.
I can't stand that smell. Oh, look, just tell me where my friends are and let us get out of here.
Your friends? Why, Mr. Reynolds, they are just up ahead. Don't you see them?
Oh my God. They've been, oh no. They've been skinned alive? Their flesh hanging off of their bodies in strips. What have you done?
Me? Oh no, not me. The evil within the house, Mr. Reynolds. You see, they did not heed my warning. Like them, I am warning you. Don't turn around.
The night moves like a thief throughout the land. It shifts, it mutates, it hides the secret of life below the surface. The night is a thief. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. And the night moves on, slowly chasing away the light and covering the land with hidden dangers that menace and wait for unsuspecting victims.
I do hope that you find the accommodations quite comfortable. I worked so hard to make the place as inviting as I could. It really is such a chore to keep things neat and tidy. I like everything to be neat and tidy. They say, well, whoever they are, that cleanliness is next to godliness. I never fully understood that phrase. I mean, cleanliness begins with the letter C, and godliness begins with a G. And there's 3 letters in between that, don't you see? So how can cleanliness be next to godliness? Oh, I know what you're going to say, that I'm speaking on more literal terms. Still, I never understood how being clean made you closer to God. I mean, just look at how well I've made this place for you. I must have scrubbed the walls and floors 3 times before I felt that it was suitable for a guest. And you are my guest. You should be honored that I've allowed you to join me tonight. Are you honored? Why, just look at how clean those chains are. I spent days, do you hear me? Days, polishing, oiling, and making sure that there was not a speck of rust on them. You really should appreciate my hard work. Now just stop all of that. Do you hear me? Stop it. That's better. Why were you making enough noise to wake the dead? And how does one go about waking the dead? Now I ask you, with all of that noise that you were making, do you think that those bodies in the corner were suddenly gonna get up and say, "Will you please quiet down? We're trying to stay dead." Now, don't do that. I cannot stand to see a grown man cry. Oh, I suppose it does show a softer side of a man when they are faced with something in their life that is just too overwhelming. They say, whoever they are, that crying is healthy. The tears clean out the eyes and the soul. So yes, go ahead. You have yourself a good cry. I'm sure that you will feel much better. Of course, I know what you want to ask me. That is, if I took off the gag and let you ask me. They all wanted to know. I've grown quite weary of being asked. But I suppose that is something that everyone whom I have come in contact with wants to know. I would expect no less with you. Why, that is the question, isn't it? I can see it in your tear-stained eyes. Why would a beautiful young woman go to a bar, lure a man to her car, inject him with a drug to make him go to sleep, then shackle him up here at my dining room table? They all wanted to know why, and the answer is much more simple than you might think. It is the fact that I am disgusted with the misogynistic world that we live in. I mean, we have all heard of Jack the Ripper, Charles Manson, Ted Bundy. Little have heard of Samuel Little. But who knows how many other men have ripped and murdered their way throughout this patriarchal history. But what about the women? Do you ever hear about them? No, never. And believe me, there have been quite a number of them. Look at Elizabeth Bathory. You see, your eyebrows went up because you have never heard of her. She drained the blood of virgins and not only drank it, but bathed in it to retain her beauty. Now, I don't really count Lizzie Borden. She was, after all, acquitted. Then there was Marianne Cotton. You see? Never heard of her either. She murdered 21 people in England in the 1800s with arsenic, claiming their life insurance way before Jack the Ripper. Oh, I see. You want someone a little more recent. Well, how about Eileen Wuornos? Killed 7 men and claimed that they had raped her. She was executed in 2002. They had their way with her, so she had her way with them. But does anyone really remember her? So, I'm here to rectify that situation and prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that not only can women be serial killers, but are more proficient at it. Besides, I like to eat the hearts of men.
And the night moves on, making its way across the land, keeping the secrets that hide within the darkness, hiding the dreams of the sleeping masses that turn to nightmares. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. The night keeps the memories of history. The good ones and the bad are kept written down in the pages of the darkness. The night is a memory book.
Sure is a quiet night.
It's peaceful, sitting on the porch. Such a soft breeze, too, like an angel's kiss.
Well, that's my Holly, the poet.
Oh, stop it, Doug.
Yeah, just think. Here we are sitting on 80 acres of land, away from the city, the noise. It only took us 15 years to pay it off.
Quite an accomplishment, Doug. I was so glad when we got the mortgage papers in the mail yesterday.
With paid in full stamped in that beautiful red ink right across the top. This sure was a load off of my mind. Nice to be able to own our own land. Holly? You okay?
I'm all right.
You just got quiet all of a sudden. Something wrong?
You said our land. But what happens after we are gone?
Oh, Holly. I thought we weren't going to bring that up.
But why? Why shouldn't I bring it up? Why shouldn't I be able to talk about it?
Honey, I'm sorry, but I had no answers.
Why, Doug? Why was our son there? Why did he have to be there?
Holly, you knew that he wanted to be a firefighter. It was all he ever talked about growing up.
But it's not fair. He was helping. Why did they have to set that bomb off after everyone went inside?
I have no answer. It was just a terrorist attack.
Oh, don't give me that. A bunch of fanatics who take a religion and use it to kill innocent people is not terrorism. They couldn't even find his body.
I know.
And why shouldn't I talk about our son? Our son. Other mothers have a grave to go to cry over, to remember.
Our boy died a hero. He managed to get 18 people out of that building before the bomb went off. 7 of them were children.
I know all of that, Doug, but why couldn't they at least find him? And they simply covered the whole area up and put up a memorial? That's not right, and it's just not fair.
It's something that we just have to face, my love. Our son is buried among strangers.
No, Doug. When you're dead, there are no strangers.
And the night moves on, traveling across the land, hearing the secrets and keeping the memories that hide in the darkness. I'll be back shortly with a final word. The night moves onward to give way to yet another day. only to return again. And when it comes, ask yourself, what are you doing tonight? Our cast included Mick Davis, Raven Adams, Crimson McKenzie, and Winslow Swan. The play was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Don't you find it strange?
No, Carol, I don't.
So how do you explain what is going on next door?
Nothing is going on.
You don't find it strange that we never see him during the day? That we don't know anything about him?
Why should we? We haven't even met him yet. And haven't you ever heard of a third shift? Some people do work at night, you know.
Yes, but they have to go shopping and to the bank, don't they? He never goes out when the sun is up.
So what? That makes him a vampire?
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan. And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Do you know your neighbor? The ones who live next door? Are you friends? Do you perhaps meet with them on occasion? Have you ever invited them over to your own place? Do you really know your neighbor?
Don't you find it strange?
No, Carol, I don't.
So how do you explain what is going on next door?
Nothing is going on.
You don't find it strange that we never see him during the day? That we don't know anything about him?
Why should we? We haven't even met him yet. And haven't you ever heard of a third shift? Some people do work at night, you know.
Yes, but they have to go shopping and to the bank, don't they? He never goes out when the sun is up.
So what? That makes him a vampire?
Our mystery drama, The Next Door Neighbor, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Jonathan Rossignol, Annie Mick, Rue Snow, and Robert Jackson. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The poet W.H. Auden once wrote, "Evil is unspectacular and always human, and shares our bed and eats at our table."
So what did you say?
I told him that if he wanted me to continue working that case, I would need at least 3 more detectives.
So what did he say?
he would take it upstairs and see what he could do.
Which is practically admitting that he isn't going to do anything. Oh, Ted, you should be sitting in that office instead of him.
Carol, we've talked about this before. I don't want that job. I'm very happy investigating and not doing the political thing.
I think that you would do very well meeting the mayor every week.
Oh, sure. I didn't even vote for him.
Wonder what that could be.
What is it?
It's a moving van.
At this time of night?
It's pulling into the Miller's place. They must have finally found a buyer.
I don't know how. After all that work that Red Miller did, there were still leaks in the roof.
Not to mention that mold in the basement. Funny time to be moving in.
I will agree with you on that one. Maybe whoever it is could only move at this time.
I wonder who it is.
Now, Carol, don't start playing detective. That's my job, remember?
And I wouldn't dream of taking your place. I could at least be a good neighbor and bake them something. Remember when we moved in?
How could I forget? We didn't know anyone here for almost 3 weeks. The only reason we met the Millers was because of their dog.
I still miss that little moo cow.
She certainly took to you. She always tried to bite me.
No, she was just playing.
Yeah. Playing with the chunk of skin she took out of my hand.
Will you stop? You didn't even need a Band-Aid.
It still hurt. Anyway, maybe you could at least introduce yourself in the morning.
If they are moving in this late, they probably sleep in. I'll wait until the afternoon. Besides, I'm having lunch with Natalie.
Oh, God. Not Natalie.
Now, Ted, she is my best friend.
Well, don't tell her we have new neighbors. She will swear that they are dangerous and that I should be investigating them.
I think that Ted should investigate them.
Natalie, we haven't even met them yet.
Someone moves into a house in the middle of the night. Oh, no, that's not suspicious at all, is it?
As Ted always tells me, you have to have evidence before you can investigate.
Okay, don't take my advice. I will just drop by and find you and Ted lying in your blood one day, and then you will believe me.
Natalie, stop being so melodramatic.
I'm just saying that you should be careful. Don't trust anyone nowadays.
That's what is wrong with the world, Nat. Maybe if we were a little more friendly to each other, we would all be better off.
Yes, and I'm sure Brenda thought the same thing.
Who's Brenda?
Oh, you know Brenda. Brenda Collins. She was that pretty young hairdresser.
What do you mean, was?
Don't you ever watch the news?
I try to avoid it as much as possible.
Oh, you really don't know then? Well, you should really get out more, Carol. It seems that she was found in the park the other night, stone cold dead.
Oh my God, what happened?
Police think it was some sort of cult thing. They don't give details, but you know me, I have my sources.
Well, come on, give.
Her body was completely drained of blood.
So she was stabbed to death?
No, that's the weird part. She had 2 small puncture wounds in her throat. Not a drop of blood anywhere near her body, as if it was siphoned.
I am sure that a particular word is now floating around at the front of your mind. I'm equally sure that you even have a suspect in mind. And I'm positive that you will join me for Act 2 shortly. It has been almost a week since the new neighbor moved in next door to Carol and Ted. Ted is arriving home after a particularly stressful day.
Carol, I'm home.
Hi, my wonderful man.
Uh-oh. I know that look.
Whatever do you mean?
Which restaurant are we going to tonight?
No restaurant tonight, I promise. I ran out and grabbed a pizza.
Oh, well, that's okay.
I even poured you a drink. Here you go.
So, you went out after dark?
Sure. What's wrong with that?
Carol, I don't want you to leave the house after dark anymore. At least for the time being.
Why? What's going on?
We found another body in the park today.
Oh, Ted, that park is miles away.
No, Grant Park. Only a couple of blocks from here.
Oh, my God. Is it another female?
Yes. And not a drop of blood left in her.
I thought the department was keeping that quiet.
Not after today. News crews were there before we were. Of course, we gave them the usual no comment.
Well, with you on the case, whoever is doing this doesn't stand a chance.
Thanks for the vote of confidence. Enough morbid stuff. Have you met with the new neighbors yet?
No, and it's really weird.
What is?
I've been over there almost every day this week and no one has been home.
Maybe they work at night.
I thought about that, but you would think that they would have to go shopping or something during the day.
Why do I think Natalie has been talking to you again?
She did bring up some interesting points.
Look, let me do my job and quit discussing police business with your friend.
This is ridiculous. There has to be somebody home. Door's not locked? Weird. Hello? Anyone here? Hello? Look, I'm Carol Price from next door. I made a casserole for you. Hello? Hello? Look, I'll put it on the counter in the kitchen. Hello? Anyone here? This is strange. Not a bit of furniture in the whole place. I'm putting it on the counter. If you don't mind, could I use your bathroom? What the hell?
Carol, I would call that evidence.
It was just so strange. No furniture anywhere, and not a mirror in the whole place.
You should really convince your husband to look into the new neighbors. You still haven't met them?
They're never home, and I've tried at different times of the day. No one. I did hear something when I was in there.
What was that?
Sounded like a chain rattling somewhere.
Maybe their next victim is chained in the basement.
Carol, I'm surprised at you.
Ted, they're never home. And how do you explain the lack of mirrors or furniture?
Maybe their things haven't arrived yet.
After over a week?
Well, I'll grant you that.
And what about the rattling chain?
Dog, perhaps?
No scratching, no whining, no barking.
Maybe it's not a very good watchdog.
Why would they have it chained in the basement?
Carol, I have no idea.
Look, someone's pulling in.
Fine. Then let's settle this right now.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to be a good neighbor and go over and introduce myself. Coming?
The writer Cory Doctorow once wrote, "All secrets are deep. All secrets become dark. That's in the nature of secrets." I'll return shortly with Act 3. Condemned murderer Perry Smith said of his victims, the Clutter family, "I didn't have anything against them, and they never did anything wrong to me, the way other people have all my life. Maybe They're just the ones who have to pay for it.
Honey, are you sure about this?
Look, right there. A van parked in the driveway. There's a light on in there. Somebody is home.
Maybe they are in the basement.
Then I'll keep knocking until somebody...
Can I help you?
Hi, neighbor. I'm Ted Price, and this is my wife, Carol. We're your new neighbors, and thought we would come over and introduce ourselves.
Yes, we knew the previous owners.
Why don't you come inside?
Why, thank you, Mr.
Smith. Adam Smith.
Very nice to meet you. Finally.
It's a very nice house.
It suits my purpose.
Is your wife home?
Why do you assume that I'm married?
Oh, no great feat of deduction. I noticed your wedding ring.
Oh, that.
Did you like the casserole?
Oh, so that was you?
Carol is a wonderful cook. I'm surprised that I'm not 20 pounds heavier than I am.
Yes, it was much appreciated.
Do you have a dog?
Dog? Oh, that. Yes, we have a dog.
Doesn't bark much.
No, it doesn't. Well, thanks for the introduction and the casserole. If you don't mind, I was a little busy.
Are you a vampire?
Carol!
Now, why would you ask that?
Look, I'm sorry. It's just we never see you during the daytime, and there are no mirrors anywhere.
And how would you know that?
I must apologize for my overzealous spouse. She fancies herself a detective.
I'm sorry. I was just washing my hands and noticed...
It's true. You won't find a mirror anywhere in the house.
Is there a reason for that?
I just don't like what I see when I look in one.
I'm so sorry. Maybe we should...
Carol, are you okay?
Yes, Mrs. Price. Are you okay?
What? Oh, yes, Ted. We really should be heading back to our...
You saw it, didn't you?
What? Me? No, I didn't see anything.
What are you talking... Hey, what's with the gun?
I'm really sorry about this.
I didn't see anything.
Adam, put the gun down. I'm with the police. Whatever is going on...
Leave it to me to find a house right beside a cop.
Look, whatever it was my wife saw...
Ted, look over by the fireplace. It's Natalie.
Natalie?
Is she dead?
Oh no, not yet anyway. I take it you know her. Oh well, guess I really need to be more careful.
Ted! Ted!
Do you mind not screaming? I can't very well take your blood with all that noise!
Then you are a vampire!
Me? No. I'm just your simple, run-of-the-mill serial killer. The blood? That is for my wife. She's the one who is downstairs.
Your wife?
Of course, she may be a vampire, but I love her with all of my heart. I just don't want her eating mine. Why don't we go down and meet her? I'm sure she will enjoy you.
Carol looks in shock at her husband lying dead. She looks over at Adam and feels herself slowly descend into madness. I'll be back shortly with a final word. I posed a question at the beginning of our little play. How well do you know your neighbors? Have you ever met them? Have you seen something that just isn't quite right? Have you? Our cast included Annie Mick, Jonathan Rossignol, Rue Snow, and Robert Jackson. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the entire production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now a preview of our next tale.
We can't go on like this, Natalie.
I know, Bruce. I know. I'm just not sure that I can go through with it.
What, do you think that I'm not having a hard time with this? Look, honey, we have tried and tried and nothing, absolutely nothing has worked. This is a way out. It's a chance to start over again. Can't you see that?
Yes, I see that. But why? Why would his father summon him now?
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. We have all seen the sign at one point in our lives. Caution, beware, enter at your own risk. It is a subtle way to tell people that by making the decision to proceed, they are literally taking their lives into their own hands.
We can't go on like this, Natalie.
I know, Bruce. I know. I'm just not sure that I can go through with it.
What, do you think that I'm not having a hard time with this? Look, honey, we have tried and tried and nothing, absolutely nothing has worked. This is a way out. It's a chance to start over again. Can't you see that?
Yes, I see that. But why? Why would his father summon him now?
Our mystery drama, Enter at Your Own Risk, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan. Our stars include Prince Titan, William Stafford, Crimson McKenzie, and Winslow Swan. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Warning. Danger ahead. Beware. Keep out. Signs are all around us, giving us help, trying to ward us off from a perilous situation. And while the intention of the signs may be good, there are still those of us who choose to simply ignore them.
Andy, can you come here a minute?
What, Mom?
Were you playing with your paints in the living room?
Yeah, so?
Andy, I've told you time and time again not to bring your paints in here.
Yeah, I know, but the table is big in here.
You have a table in your room and in your art room.
But I don't have a TV in my room, and you and Dad said that I could have one.
And we also said that you would have to do your chores before you received a privilege like TV. Now, Go get some paper towels and help me clean this mess up.
No, I'm going outside to play.
Young man, you march your little fanny into that kitchen and get some paper towels and...
No, I'm going outside.
Andy! Come back in here! I don't think I can take this anymore. Andy! Andy! Will you please stop that banging?
I'm gonna be a watchdog.
I hear, Andy, practicing.
Thank God you're home, Bruce.
What's going on, sweets?
Don't you dare. You know exactly what's going on.
I know.
We can't keep going on like this.
Now look, just calm down.
Watchdog, watchdog, watchdog. Dad, when are you taking me to the park?
Hey, come on, buddy. I've had a really hard day.
You promised! To the park, to the park, to the park.
Why? So you can kill another dog? Come on, Andy. Dinner's ready.
What is this?
It's your favorite, honey.
I don't like it.
Andy, I spent all day making this.
It looks gross. I want pancakes.
Andy, sit down and eat your dinner now.
I want pancakes!
Andy, get back here. If you don't come back right now, I will give you something to yell about.
No, you won't.
Andy, is that any way to talk to your father?
He can't do anything. If he does, I would tell on you.
Young man, I have just about had enough.
Go on. I'll tell everybody how mean you are.
Andy, we have never been mean to you. We love you.
Then make me pancakes.
Is, he in bed?
Yes, finally.
Okay. So what did you promise him this time so that he would go to bed?
Bruce, I can't do this anymore. No matter what we do, no matter what we threaten him with, nothing works.
Honey, there is nothing that we can do. I suppose military school is out of the question.
Maybe the Merchant Marines?
I wonder if there's an age limit. Andy, what happened?
It broke!
What broke?
That domo vase was in my way.
My grandmother's antique vase? Something has to be done.
Honey, you home?
Where else would I be?
Andy at school?
Of course. Don't you hear that wonderful silence permeating throughout the house?
Well, I think that we may have an answer to our problems.
You mean our one problem?
His father has summoned him.
What are you talking about? Hello? Yes? Miss Beneford? What has Andy done this time? Oh my God.
What is it?
Just a minute. Yes, Miss Beneford. I understand. Thank you for calling.
Okay, so what catastrophic event has our son caused this time?
He burned down the science department and almost took a child with him.
He what?
According to Miss Beneford, he wasn't paying attention to Mr. Collins. And
Now, there's a big shocker.
anyway, Andy mixed some chemicals together and they, well, blew up.
Was anyone hurt?
No, thankfully. They dragged this poor boy out, but expect a rather large bill from the school board.
This weekend. It all gets taken care of this weekend. The boy will finally meet his true father. and maybe things will change.
His true father? If Andy is this way, I can only imagine what his real father will be like. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. I am sure that we have all seen children acting in an antisocial manner. You have probably said to yourself, if that were my child...
Oh, Bruce, I don't know.
Natalie, we both knew that sometime his real father would be wanting him. Remember, we agreed.
I can't believe we're even considering this.
That's one reason I can come up with.
Listen.
I don't hear anything.
That's what terrifies me. What could he be doing up there?
Right now, just be thankful for the silence. Now, are we agreed?
Can't we just think about it? I mean, Andy is technically our son.
We adopted him, remember? Now I know why they were so happy to see him leave.
And we never did find out who his real parents were. Until now. At least we know where his dad is.
Well, probably because if we had actually found out, we wouldn't have gone through with the adoption.
Did you find out exactly where his father is?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I actually heard them correctly.
But what sort of place is it? I mean, is it a school or some program?
I don't know. I think they told me it was a petting zoo. Anyway, I looked it up on the internet.
Oh, well, the internet. Why didn't you just say that? It must be a great place.
Okay, but what choice do we have?
You're right. Fine. You take him.
Oh, no. We both have to go.
Why both of us?
Because there's a waiver that we both have to sign.
A waiver? So that he can see his father? What sort of a place makes you sign a waiver?
The kind that doesn't want their science department burned down.
Daddy, Mommy, what's this?
Oh, my God.
Andy, put that down.
But what is it?
Bruce, I thought you put that thing somewhere safe.
Andy, please, son, just put the gun down.
What will happen if I don't?
Bruce?
Andy, if you put the gun down, tomorrow is Saturday. We'll go someplace really special.
Oh yeah? How special?
A very special place just for you, Andy. But please, first, let's just put that gun down.
But I like it. It's so shiny.
Andy, as your father, I'm telling you to put that gun down now.
But if I pull the trigger, I'll get a new daddy.
Andy? No!
And maybe a new mommy.
Andy, no!
Are we there yet?
Not much further, big guy.
Where are we going?
I think this is the exit, Bruce. Yes, this is it.
You hear that, buddy? Almost there.
It's about time. A petting zoo.
It looks really fun, Andy.
It's for kids.
Oh, come on, Andy. At least give it a chance.
Howdy, folks. Welcome to the farm. Come on in.
This is stupid.
Well, now, young fellow, how'd you like to feed some of the little ones?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Just grab one of those buckets. Over there, the animals will eat right out of your hand. Nice boy.
Yeah, Mr...
Oh, just call me Murray. Heck, everybody does. That's a real fine boy you got there. How old? 7? 8?
He'll be 10 in March.
Nice age.
Hey, Dad, what does this sign mean?
Oh, which sign, Andy?
That one over there.
Enter at your own risk.
Oh, son, that's a special exhibit.
I want to see it.
Now, Andy, it may not be for little boys.
I'm not a little boy.
Of course you're not. It's just... well, it might be a little too scary for you.
I'm not afraid of anything, better than seeing those dumb old animals.
Now, Andy, be nice.
Oh, it's okay. Do you really want to see what's back there?
Yes, yes, yes.
Well, then, I'll give you a personal tour.
Wow.
Is that... Oh, a real two-headed snake?
Yes, ma'am. Now, over here in this aquarium, we have the only albino alligator in captivity.
Look fake to me.
Hang on. Just let me take this stick and...
Wow, Daddy, see that? Do it again.
No, we don't want to rile him up too much.
Do it again.
Come on, Andy.
Why don't you check out the twin goat over there? His brother was only half born, and it is attached to his back.
What's back there?
Now that is a really special exhibit. That's why we have the sign again. Enter at your own risk. Definitely not for little boys.
I'm not a little boy.
High-spirited fella, isn't he?
You have no idea.
Oh, I think I do. I got a call down from the office about your boy.
Is it that obvious?
What exactly do you do, Mr. Murray?
Oh, ma'am, it's just Murray. Andy's father has been expecting him.
I remember when I was young and probably doing something that I should not be doing, I would hear my father call my name, and a slight chill would run down my spine. I'll return with our final act. Bruce and Natalie have brought their adopted son to an innocent, or should I say, foreboding, petting farm. It's what lies in the back that is of interest to them all.
Now, just sign this.
Well, come on, Natalie.
I still don't know.
He broke your antique vase. He held a gun on us. How much more do you think you can take?
Fine.
Very good. Oh, and there is a separate charge to see this exhibit.
Of course there is.
I don't care how much it is.
Why do I have to sign anything to see a dumb old animal?
Believe me, young man, this is unlike anything that you have ever seen.
That's it? That's a big thing?
Oh, God, Bruce. It's hideous. Horns on his head. Those reddish eyes staring at me. Does he have another torso hanging off his chest? It winked at me.
God, it's covered in scales. Murray, what is this?
A very special exhibit. Andy, why don't you get a closer look?
You're not scary.
I don't scare you, little boy.
I'm not a little boy.
Oh, yes, you are. A bratty little boy.
And you're just a grumpy old man in a cheap costume.
Oh, really? Let me open my coat and let you see what I really am.
Bruce! What is that?
That's what the head office called about. He used to be Tony Harker, the owner of this little farm. He decided to try the dark arts of black magic. This is Andy's true father.
That thing? Under his coat? I don't believe it.
It's just an old costume.
Don't you see this arm that is coming from my chest? Or this head next to it? This poor fool learned too late not to mess with the underworld.
Oh, so this is boring. I want to go.
Come closer, my son.
What's happening?
Oh, did I not mention it? It's feeding time.
I'm not a little boy.
No, you're not. You are dinner.
No!
I think I'm gonna be sick.
This isn't what I thought.
Y'all need to get on up out of here. It's still feeding time.
This is it. This is it. We're never adopting again.
Hiya, folks. Welcome to the farm. Now you can find feeding buckets right over there. The little ones will eat right out of your hand. Oh, that sign? Enter at your own risk? Well, that's a very special exhibit. Of course, if you want to see it, you'll have to sign a waiver. And there's an extra charge. Better hurry, though. It's almost feeding time.
Natalie and Bruce look back at the zoo as they drive away. They begin to wonder if Andy's father had other children that he will be summoning soon. I'll be back shortly with a final word. Our offering tonight was simply a fantasy. Perhaps call it a moment of crisis, when the mind thinks of the most gruesome things. And we have all had them. Someone cuts you off in traffic, and you would like to follow them home, no matter how far. Your coffee isn't quite the way you ordered it, and you would like to throw the hot liquid into their face. Your child talks back to you and you want to... Most of us would not act on such things. But of course, I will leave that up to you. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, William Stafford, and special guest, Prince Titan. Music was provided by Kevin MacLeod, the story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
See the oddities of nature. For only $1, you will see the lovely Belinda, who will amaze you with her oral skills of swallowing swords. See Andros, the world's strongest man, bend solid steel bars. See Morris, the only living werewolf. See Alexis, exotic dancer and fire eater. And our newest attraction, the one and only monster.
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Each year they travel the country, setting up in small towns for possibly a week and offering the thrills for the entire family. The carnival, rides for all ages, games of skill and chance, and in some cases, there is that one attraction tucked away towards the back where only the brave of heart dare enter.
See the oddities of nature. For only $1, you will see the lovely Belinda, who will amaze you with her oral skills of swallowing swords. See Andros, the world's strongest man, bend solid steel bars. See Morris, the only living werewolf. See Alexis, exotic dancer and fire eater. And our newest attraction, the one and only Monster.
Our mystery drama, Freak Show, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our cast includes Mick Davis, Rue Snow, Crimson McKenzie, and Jonathan Rosignol. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. At one time they were called freaks, humans with an abnormality of some kind. In past times, these people were locked away, forgotten, and in many cases, mistreated. There were a few that were able to make a living in carnivals. Paraded in front of fascinated patrons, they were able to bring a bit of humanity to their inhuman condition.
It has been confirmed by the local authorities that Terry Keene, convicted murderer who was scheduled for execution this week, has escaped. Police are warning local residents to use extreme caution. Terry Keene is 6 feet, 185 pounds, with a prominent scar on his left cheek. He should be considered armed and dangerous.
May I help you?
Are you the owner of this crazy palace?
If you mean the carnival, no. That would be Mr. Matson. I am Robert. I take care of our, oddities.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm Detective Lindsay. Have you seen this man?
Detective, hundreds of people come to my attraction. To me, they are only patrons of the arts.
Would you mind just taking a look at this photo, please?
No, I don't believe that I've had the pleasure.
Believe me, it would not have been a pleasure.
Who is he?
Terry Keene. He was convicted of killing 7 people. Kill is a rather tame word compared to what he did to them.
Oh, yes. I believe that I did read something about him. Is he the one that the newspapers called the Monster?
That's the one. The press has always given killers some kind of nickname. I suppose it sells in some gruesome way.
I can assure Detective Lindsay that I have not seen this man since we arrived last week.
How long are you going to be here?
Tomorrow is our last night. Would you care to see a performance?
I've seen enough oddities for a lifetime.
Here, a couple of passes in case you change your mind.
Do you know all the people that work at the carnival?
Most of them, yes. There are a few of the locals who are hired for the week.
Well, do me a favor, Mr. Robert. Circulate that photo around. I may not be able to speak to everyone here.
Do you actually think that this keen person will try and come here with all of these people around?
He had no problem killing a girl in the park in the middle of the day. So yes, it is highly possible that he would come here. But don't worry, we've got this place covered.
I've done everything that you have asked.
You know the terms of our contract, Alexis. Believe me, I'm doing the best I can to try and find a replacement for you.
It's just been so long.
In the grand scheme of things, 3 years is not a long time.
You said 6 months. At the most.
Freaks do not just grow on trees, you know.
I'm not a freak.
As long as you're here, you are what I say you are. Now, take heart, Alexis. You are the best attraction that I have. And let's face it, I did give you what I promised.
You promised me a better life.
And have I not kept my promise?
I have no life! You won't let me leave. You won't let me go out, meet people, be a woman.
Tattooed from head to toe, spiky red hair, your face covered in jewelry, not to mention your penchant for eating fire.
You made me this way!
I took you in. I made you part of our family. You signed a contract.
I would have been better off where I was at.
Would you? Let me give you some hope, Alexis. Tomorrow is our last night here. I do happen to know a couple of prospects in the next town.
Are you sure?
You have fulfilled almost all of the terms of your arrangement. If, and it's only an if, these prospects turn out to be, well, let's just say you will have your so-called normal life.
Thank you, Robert.
No need to thank me, my dear. Now, shouldn't you be getting ready for the next show?
Yes, sir. And I will make it the best one yet. Thank you again.
You may come out now. I know that you are in here. Please, come out. Make yourself comfortable. You have nothing to be afraid of. Please, come out. I'm sure that you could use a drink, perhaps? Please, Mr. King, pour yourself a drink. Sit down.
How do you know who I am? And how'd you know I was in here?
For your second question, I saw that my closet door was slightly open. I always make sure that it's closed. As for your first inquiry, I know everything about you.
Robert sits back in his large chair, his hands folded, smiling at the killer, Terry Keene. I can assure you that the media was correct when they dubbed Mr. Keene the monster, for that is exactly what he is. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. The lights and sounds of a carnival brings a sort of magic to a small town. It is a way to lose oneself for a brief period of time. The thrill of the rides, the games, the food, and then there is the sideshow.
Okay, so you know about me. So what?
Tell me, Mr. Keene, how did it feel when you murdered your first victim?
Why do you want to know?
I'm very interested in you, Mr. Keene. I want to know all about you. Your dreams, your hopes.
Haven't you heard? I don't have any dreams or hopes. I was sitting in the death house until a few hours ago.
Well, now, that is what I mean. How did you manage to escape that horrid place?
That's my business.
Of course it is! Forgive my intrusion. Every magician must keep his secrets.
Who's that?
Please, Mr. Keene, put the gun away.
But who is it?
Well, I won't know unless I open the door.
I'm going back in the closet. Whoever it is, get rid of them. Quick. Don't forget, I've got a gun on you.
I'm telling you, there is no need for that.
Just remember what I said.
Such a nervous man. Just a moment.
Everything okay?
Yes, Detective. Everything is fine. Did you decide to stay for the show?
Maybe. Listen, I just wanted to warn you that Keene has been seen in the area. We're starting a search of the carnival right now.
I still don't think that he would be foolish enough to come here, but I appreciate your diligence.
What are you going to be doing in a little bit?
Well, the show begins in about 10 minutes. I've still got a few things to do in here.
Mind if I come in and have a look around?
By all means, Detective.
Kind of a small area here.
Oh, this is just my office. My trailer is in the back lot, if you wish to search it. Here are the keys.
Appreciate that. What's that door to?
Simply a closet, Detective. I must warn you, it is rather full at the moment. I hardly ever open it.
Mind if I just take a look?
By all means.
You're right. A lot of junk in there. Well,
as I said, I rarely use it.
If you happen to see our man, let one of the officers know immediately.
Believe me, I most certainly will. Why don't you come to the show? I'm sure that my performers will feel much safer with you in the audience.
You know, I just might do that.
You can come out now, Mr. Keene.
What the hell happened?
Confused, Mr. Keene?
I heard her say that she wanted to look in the closet. I raised my gun, pulled the trigger, and...
What, Mr. Keene?
I couldn't pull the trigger. I don't know what happened. She opened the door, and I swear she looked right at me. I just stood there, pulling.
As I told you before, a good magician never reveals his secrets.
Mr. Robert! Come quick!
What is it?
It's Frankie. I think... Oh, God. I think that he's dead.
Come in, quick.
Hey, what is this, a convention?
Would you mind, my dear, keeping my friend company while I check on our comrade?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Robert.
Terry, this is Alexis. I'm sure that you two will have a lot to talk about.
What did he mean by that?
You're the monster?
So I'm the monster? So what of it? Hey, how did you know?
Cops have been showing your picture all over the place.
I gotta get out of here, somehow.
Yes, you really do need to go.
What do you mean?
You should have never came in here. He's going to...
What? What is he going to do?
It's not fair. I was supposed to be next. He promised.
The hell are you talking about?
I was in the same position that you are. I had killed my husband. Oh, he deserved it with what he had done to me. But the jury sent me away for life. I saw an opportunity to get away and I took it.
So you hooked up with the carnival, huh?
I wish I hadn't. Now, you don't understand. He'll promise you a new life, but it's more like a life in hell.
I think this gun will say different.
Do you think he's afraid of a gun? Oh, Mr. Keene, please, get out of here while you still...
Alexis, what were you about to say?
Nothing, Mr. Robert.
I'm sorry, Alexis. I truly am.
Is Frankie? Is he?
I'm afraid that he is. The doctor is with him now.
It's not fair. I can't
wait another year.
I'm sorry, my child. You know the rules. Only one replacement per year. Now, go and get the others ready for the show while I speak with Mr. Keene.
It's not fair. It's not fair.
One of your performers croaks, and you're still going on with a show?
Know the old saying, Mr. Keene. Show must go on. However, we both have a small problem.
Oh, yeah? What's that?
You are surrounded by the police. And I've lost my star attraction.
Terry Keene frowns and begins to worry about the slight smile that Robert displays. The sounds of the carnival take on a more ominous tone. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Convicted killer Terry Keene holds a gun on the owner of a sideshow in a carnival. His mind is racing as he searches for a way out of his predicament.
I could always shoot my way out.
I don't think that it would be the wisest choice, Mr. Keene.
Then what do you suggest?
As I told you, I have lost my star attraction.
Tough for you.
But rather advantageous for you. Ha
What are you getting at?
Before you go off and begin killing innocent people, and before you are killed by an array of bullets from my itchy trigger finger police, won't you hear my proposition?
Okay, so what is this proposition?
You need a way out of here, correct?
Yeah, and I'm just about to take it.
We have one more night here in this town. However, I can convince the owner of the carnival to allow us to travel to our next destination after our final performance tonight.
Like you said, the show must go on. So, why would the owner do that?
Well, we must make a burial arrangement, have a service, inter the body, don't you see?
So where does that leave me?
You will simply replace Frankie as our star attraction.
Nah, I'm not into show business.
Oh, there's nothing to it.
And besides, I ain't no freak.
Neither are my other performers. They are merely artists with a select set of skills that can only be appreciated by the carnival-going public.
You mean like that girl? Alexis?
Yes, just like her. Oh, believe me, Mr. Keene, your act is much simpler than hers.
Who was this Frankie, anyway?
Why, he was the monster.
You must be out of your mind. I don't look anything like... Jeez. The guy looks like he's been put through a meat grinder.
You don't have to look like him. I will make you up. It's the same thing that I did with Frank Donaldson.
Who is that?
He was a rather unfortunate individual who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He was sentenced to death, just as you were.
And you were helping him?
I was giving him a new life. A life that is free of worries or cares. I'm offering you the same thing.
So what do I have to do?
Simply sign a standard contract, one that all my performers sign, and then we shall apply the makeup. Believe me, no one will be able to tell you apart from Frankie.
That's it? What kind of contract?
Rather simple, really. You agree to stay with the show for at least a year. We're able to find a replacement for you. You'll be released from the contract.
Is that what Alexis meant by not being fair?
Alexis is a troubled girl. I believe that Frank and her had some sort of relationship going on.
I bet she's a knockout under all that makeup.
She's a very lovely young woman. Now, do we have a deal?
No tricks. I still have my gun.
Keep it, if it makes you feel safer.
I don't have to sign this thing in blood, do I?
Please. So archaic. Now, sign, and let's get the makeup on. The show is about to begin.
Wow. I don't even recognize myself.
A very nice job, if I do say so myself.
Now what am I supposed to do in the show?
Very simple. You will be sitting on a chair. Chains are wrapped around your arms. And at the given cue, you simply stand up and growl at the audience.
Like a jump scare?
Exactly. Alexis will help you with the right cues.
You know, this sounds like a lot of fun.
You did a good job tonight.
Thanks. It really was fun, seeing all those people scared out of their wits. I even scared that stupid cop.
You signed the contract, didn't you?
Yeah? So what?
I warned you. I told you to get away.
And where would I have gone? At least I'm not waiting to be killed by the state. Hey, how do you get this makeup off?
Makeup? Makeup?
Yeah, this horror makeup that Robert put on me.
It will never come off. Just like mine. Do you think that I really look like this? These tattoos? These piercings? No! He did this!
I don't get it. What are you talking about?
Oh, he owns you now. Don't you get it? You're the monster now.
What?
Until he finds a replacement,
No.
you will always be the monster.
Terry looks into the mirror and sees the horror that has become his face. He struggles again to remove the makeup before resigning himself to being the monster. I'll be back with a final word. I can only quote what Chris Shaw wrote. One man's freak show is another man's portrayal of heroic triumph over medical adversity. Call me prejudiced, but I suspect your typical 20-something watched the show with their jaw on the floor rather than a tear in their eye. Our cast included Mick Davis, Crimson McKenzie, Jonathan Rossignol, and Rue Snow. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Stan, what is going on with Fred?
That's what I've been trying to find out for the last week.
Fred, where are you?
See? He doesn't even materialize anymore. And wait until you hear this. Fred, how about a creaking door?
What is that?
Your guess is as good as mine.
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan. And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Orson Welles once said, "We are born alone, we live alone, we die alone. Only through our love and friendship can we create the illusion, for the moment, that we are not alone."
Stan, what is going on with Fred?
That's what I've been trying to find out for the last week.
Fred, where are you?
See? He doesn't even materialize anymore. And wait until you hear this. Fred, how about a creaking door?
What is that?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Our mystery drama, Hauntings Love Story, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan. Our stars include William Stafford, Crimson McKenzie, Annie Mick, Dave Arkhipov, Winslow Swan, and Mark Wheeler. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. "'Tis better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all," said Alfred Lord Tennyson. But can love transcend this earthly plane of existence?
Dan, I'm home.
Thank God for that.
What's going on?
I'm not really sure.
Okay, what has Fred done this time? Do we need to call control?
That's just it. Fred hasn't done anything for the last week.
What? Something has got to be wrong.
Maybe he's just resting. Remember the burglars that got in here the other night?
How can I forget? They broke in, Fred did something, and the police found them outside laughing their heads off.
One of the detectives said that two men said they heard birds singing and romantic music playing. They thought it was such a funny burglar alarm they couldn't help laughing.
Well, something has definitely been up with Fred. Ever since we took that trip to Stanfield.
I thought Fred would like a haunted house tour.
So did I. But remember how quiet he was on the way back?
Never heard a peep out of him.
Have you tried talking to him, like man to man, or rather man to ghost?
I haven't seen him for a week. Don't get me wrong. I like the quiet, but even I am a little worried.
Hey, Fred! Come on out and be sociable. Fred?
See what I mean?
That does not sound like our Fred.
That's the only sound he does make now. Listen to this. Hey, Fred, give Dot a good old-fashioned banshee scream.
Now I know that something is definitely wrong. Fred, get out here.
Yes.
Hey, come on. What's wrong?
No, I don't think that you would understand.
Why don't you try us?
I don't want to bother you two with my problems. Besides, you're so happy together, and I'm always a nuisance.
Now stop that right now. You are as much a part of this family as anyone.
Sure, you can tell us anything.
It's just a little embarrassing, that's all.
Did Nosy Nellie see you doing something?
Oh, no, Stan. I've been very careful.
None of the neighbors have called complaining about any noises lately, so What's the matter?
I have fallen in love.
Well, he can't have her. I've already had to put up with one ghost wanting Millie.
Now, Jack, let's hear them out.
Oh no, Mr. Carson, it's not Millie.
Well, then, that's all right. I remember last Christmas when...
You promised not to bring that up again.
Sorry, hon. So who is Fred in love with?
Who else? It's another ghost.
We took a road trip last week to a haunted house tour. We thought that Fred would like to get away for a bit.
Naturally, there was a graveyard across from the house, and apparently Fred saw something, or rather someone.
In the middle of the day?
That's what I said. Fred told me that he could see all kinds of spirits any time of the day or night.
So, who did he see?
If you don't mind, I'm gonna let Fred explain.
You mean he's here? Well, why didn't you say so?
He didn't want to be a bother.
Fred? Are you here?
Hi, Millie. Hi, Jack.
Now, Fred, what's all this about?
Don't you remember falling in love, Jack?
Like it was yesterday.
Well, I've fallen in love with the most beautiful, angelic creature on the ethereal plane.
Do you have any idea who she is? Or was?
We didn't go near the cemetery, remember? And I was afraid to ask if we could.
So, you don't even have a name?
No, not even a name. And she probably doesn't even know I exist.
Then the problem is solved. Just go back out there.
Falling in love at first sight is a rather rare feeling, but I like to believe that it actually does happen. But for a ghost? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. John Lennon wrote, "All you need is love." Jane Austen wrote, "To love is to burn, to be on fire." And Betty Davis wrote, "Pleasure of love lasts a moment. Pain of love lasts a lifetime."
Are we there yet?
You've been asking that every 5 minutes. No, Fred, not yet.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just a little anxious. Are we there yet?
Will you stop it? We will be there in just a few minutes.
Then maybe we can put this to rest. Do you remember where you saw her?
Well, I'm not really sure. I think it was over there.
By that angel statue?
We were across the street at the house, so I'm not really sure where.
Dot, do you hear that?
Yes, Stan. I hear that. Fred, is that her?
I think so. Wait! There she is!
Fred, it's daytime. We can't see her.
Wait, don't go!
Fred, what's going on?
She's going into that crypt over there.
Let's go take a look.
Peggy Ann Snow, born October 13th, 1924. Died December 13, 1944. Oh, how sad. She was only 20 years of age.
Well, Fred, why don't you introduce yourself?
Do you think I should?
Of course you should.
I wouldn't know what to say.
Hello, for a start. Just tell her who you are and that you saw her last week.
But don't be creepy about it.
Well, okay. Hello? Are you there? I'm looking for, Peggy. Peggy Ann Snow?
Go on, Fred. Tell her something about yourself.
Oh, okay, Dorothy. Well, I'm Frederick Washington Davis. Fred to my friends. I live, well, not live since I died a long time ago, so now I stay with my friends. This is Stan and Dorothy Peters.
Please make your acquaintance.
Hi there.
I told you I wasn't very good at this.
I think that you're wonderful and cute.
Cute? You think I'm cute? Really?
I saw you last week. I was hoping that you would come back.
Stan, why don't we leave them alone for a little bit?
We'll be out in the car, Fred, whenever you're ready.
Isn't it romantic?
It's definitely different.
Our little ghost has a girlfriend.
Dorothy, did you think I was cute when we first met?
Of course not, Stan.
Gee, thanks a lot.
I thought that you were quite handsome. Well, how did it go, Fred?
Oh, not very well.
Don't feel bad. I'm sure there are plenty of ghosts in the sea.
Oh, no, it isn't that. Oh, she's wonderful. We actually have a lot in common.
But you died over 100 years before she was born. What could you possibly have in common?
She fell down a well, too.
Guess you have to start somewhere.
Yeah, there's only one problem.
I'm sure that anything can be solved.
No way!
Oh, but Stan, it's not a big problem.
Fred, I'm just gonna have to side with Stan on this one. There's just no way we can drive up to the cemetery every day so that you can see Peggy.
It's over 2 hours away.
I understand.
Great. Now we have a lovesick ghost to deal with.
Maybe there is something that we can do.
Do you have a suggestion? Wait, don't answer that.
Why not?
Because whatever it is, I'm not going to like it.
You just let me make one phone call to Control.
Dorothy, how good it is to hear from you again.
That's Mrs. Peters. Settle down, Control. Now, how are things there?
Oh, everything is all right here. I'm seeing someone from the accounting department. How is everything there?
Well, we do have a small problem, which I'm sure that you will be able to help us with.
All you have to do is ask.
Fred has fallen in love with another ghost.
And you want to move her into your home. I can expedite
Oh, no. They just met. You see, she's in a graveyard about 2 hours away, and
well, that does present a problem.
What do you mean?
If she is in sanctified ground, then she cannot be transferred. The rules are very specific about that.
That is gonna kill Fred.
That would be a neat trick, as I cannot understand how you could be even more dead.
Oh, you know what I mean.
Do you know the name of the cemetery and the soul in question?
It's Morningside, about 2 hours away from us, and her name is Peggy Ann Snow.
Well, let me see. I think that I may have a solution to this little quandary.
Dorothy smiles as she listens to the solution that Control has come up with. But as he continues, she begins to worry. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Dorothy Peters has just received information from Control about our lovelorn ghost, Fred. She is now in the living room talking with her husband Stan and Fred.
I can see the look on his face even now.
It's not funny, Stan.
But do you think they will do it?
I don't know, Stan. What do you think?
Now, wait a minute. If you think that I'm going to be the one to ask my boss, Jack Carson, to house a ghost, you're out of your mind.
Don't you think that they would?
Well, what did Control tell you, Dorothy?
It seems that Morningside has been bought by some realty company. They're having to move all of the graves to a new location.
And where will that be?
2 streets down from the Carsons?
Well, at least she will be closer.
But that's not the best part. Since they're moving the entire graveyard, she will be pulled from the sanctified ground and for a brief period can be considered a roving spirit.
Which means that she is eligible to be transferred. Oh, Stan, please.
No, I'm not going to ask.
Stanley Peters, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Me?
You have a chance to help out our wonderful ghost who has been so great and ran off burglars and
Destroyed the kitchen, got Millie drunk, and wild parties.
That's beside the point.
I'll ask them, but you are going to be there too. So you see, Mr. Carson, we were wondering if perhaps you and Millie would consider taking Peggy and Snow.
Oh, it is so nice to see 2 people in love.
Millie, they are ghosts.
Which makes it even more wonderful.
We don't even know this Peggy.
Oh, well, she is the most wonderful, gentle, free spirit.
Your opinion doesn't count, Fred. Look, I get the fact that you're in love, but you are a little biased.
Jack, we heard her. I did some research on her, and she died when she was only 20 years old. Rather tragic. She never married or even had a boyfriend. Fred really is her first love.
That is the most beautiful thing I have ever heard.
Millie, you're not thinking.
And Fred can come over any time to see her.
Or she could come over to our place.
Jack, do you get the feeling that we are being overruled?
Stan, as soon as we said I do, our vote never counted again.
So, will you take her in?
It will be an honor.
Fred, she's not like a banshee or vampire or anything like that.
Oh, no, Jack, nothing like that. Just your ordinary run-of-the-mill ghost, like me.
Fred, there is no one like you.
You will be happy to know that Peggy Ann Snow did transfer to the Carsons, and her and Fred see each other as often as possible. I'll be back shortly with a final word. I believe that I can sum up our little play with a quote from J.R.R. Tolkien. I would rather spend one lifetime with you than face all the ages of this world alone. Our cast included William Stafford, Crimson McKenzie, Dave Arkhipov, Annie Mick, Mark Wheeler, and Winslow Swan. The play was written and edited by Crimson Mackenzie and Winslow Swan, and directed by Winslow Swan.
And now a preview of our next tale.
You have to destroy it.
Don't you think that I have tried?
Then try harder.
You don't understand, Paul. It's a miracle. Can't you see that? Martin and I created a miracle.
Claire, what you and Marty created is an abomination.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. Emerson once said, "All is riddle, and the key to the riddle is another riddle."
You have to destroy it.
Don't you think that I have tried?
Then try harder.
You don't understand, Paul. It's a miracle. Can't you see that? Martin and I created a miracle.
Claire, what you and Marty created is an abomination.
Our mystery drama, Playing God, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson Mackenzie. Our cast includes Jonathan Rosignol, Crimson Mackenzie, and Winslow Swan. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Many people hold that miracles happen every day. We may not actually see them, but they do happen. I'm not talking about seas parting, but small, possibly inconsequential miracles.
Please, come in. Sit down. No, do not turn on the light. I have an aversion to bright lights. The one by the chair is sufficient for you to see. I realize you are probably not used to meeting clients this way. I am in need of an attorney, not because anything criminal, but simply to ask a question. I know. Why didn't I just call you? I have to let you see that I'm sincere. That my question, after I tell you what happened, will be a strictly legal one. And don't worry, I won't hold you to your answer. My name is Paul Layton. I'm a scientist, geneticist to be exact. I knew Martin Perry from college. He was what we like to call a free spirit. Not to say that he wasn't brilliant, just a little lazy.
Paul! Well, how the hell are you?
I'm doing well, Marty. So why am I here?
Oh, right to the chase. You always were that kind of guy.
Aren't you going to invite me in?
Of course, buddy. Please, enter my humble abode.
Humble? Looks more like a mansion.
Yeah, okay. So it's 3 stories tall. 4 if you include the basement. So it has 8 bedrooms and 5 baths. So it's...
Enough already. It is a very nice home.
Thank you, Paul. I really appreciate it.
Can we please just get on with it?
Paul! You really made it!
Hi, Claire. I see you're still with Marty, huh? How'd you make it work?
I'm a great little cook.
Can't you tell? I think I've gained 50 pounds since college.
How about a drink?
Sounds good.
Do you still take...
No, just straight up.
It really is good to see you again.
You too, and Claire. So, what have you been up to?
Oh, just a little research that Claire and I have been doing.
And we both thought of you. Letting you come into our fold, so to speak.
What sort of research?
You're never gonna believe it. Come on, let's go down to the lab.
Well, Paul, what do you think?
How do you find anything down here?
No, not your typical lab, I know.
We find it conducive to the creative process.
But how do you know what you are creating?
Oh, we manage. Besides, this is just the working lab. It is what is through that door that we really want you to see.
Why don't you just tell me what it is?
Paul, how was life created?
Are you looking for an opinion or a textbook answer?
Depending on what your beliefs are, there are several answers. But as a scientist, it has been the question that all of us have searched for.
And you think that you have found that answer?
No, Paul, no. What we have done is simply a miracle. Come on.
Well, what do you think?
I'm not really sure what I'm looking at.
Oh, come on, Paul. What do you see?
All right. I see a rather large aquarium of what appears to be, well, mud.
That is exactly what I said when Martin showed it to me.
She wanted to bathe in it.
All right, you two, you've had your fun, but I'm...
Oh, Paul, the fun is just beginning. Look, one of the theories that science holds is that we, as a living organism, crawled out of some sort of primordial ooze.
And that through natural selection and evolution, we became what we are today.
An unproven and somewhat unpopular theory.
What if I could show you proof?
You're kidding me, right?
Claire, why don't you do the honors?
You're not going to believe it!
What the hell is that?
What exactly is Paul seeing? Claire and Martin stand behind him, smiling at their discovery. We shall discover what lies in the basement when I return with Act 2. Francisco Goya once said, "Fantasies abandoned by reason produces impossible monsters."
Well, what do you think? Isn't he beautiful?
What is it?
That sludge in the other room in the aquarium produced what you are seeing.
But that's impossible.
Impossible or not, there it stands.
7 feet tall and 7 arms. A head, I assume, but no eyes or nose. Only an elongated mouth?
As Claire says, beautiful.
It's something out of Lovecraft. What did you do?
Well, Paul, that's our little secret. Suffice it to say, we grew a primordial man.
Jesus, it moved.
Oh, it does much more than move.
You know you have to destroy this, right?
Why? Don't you see, Paul? By some miracle, we have created life, a new species of man.
A perfect man. You want to destroy it? And watch this.
Martin, what are you...
Exactly what you want me to do. Destroy it.
What the hell? You just shot it. What is it doing?
Keep watching. Keep watching.
The skin. It's pushing the bullets out. There's no wound of any kind.
An actual, living, and breathing Superman.
What the hell is it doing now?
Now, just watch, Paul. Just sit back and watch. Vincent, walk forward. Towards me.
Wait, what the hell is Marty?
Don't worry, Paul. Marty knows what he is doing.
That's right. Let me have one of your hands.
So docile.
We haven't had a chance to do any tests on brain functions.
Now, go back. No! Don't grab at me! Stop pulling me! No!
Martin!
Claire, do something.
Stop!
Vincent? Stop it!
Quick, help me get Marty out of here and lock that door.
How is he?
Alive, although how I'm not sure. His back is completely broken.
Oh, God.
Claire, you have to destroy... What did you call it?
Oh, that? It was Marty's idea. We called it Vincent after Vincent Frankenstein. He thought it was a good joke.
It's no joke.
This was the reason we asked you to come. Your field of expertise is the human brain. Since Vincent was born, he has the capacity to understand simple commands, but...
But as time went on, it's become more uncontrollable. I just can't believe you and Marty...
But don't you see the possibilities? Imagine an entire army of Vincents. They can't be killed. We wouldn't have to send young men to die in battle anymore.
Hitler thought the same thing.
I'm not talking about world domination, Paul. I'm talking about an alternative to the modern soldier.
But you can't control it. Look what it did to Martin.
How about a drink?
After that, I need one.
Better.
Yes, thank you. Claire, what are you going to do?
You said we should destroy it. Don't you think that we have tried?
What do you mean?
Perhaps you noticed the other tank.
The one next to the ooze? Yes, I did.
It's filled with acid. We put Vincent into it.
And?
Nothing! It simply climbed out. You saw what bullets did. We even tried to burn it.
No. There has to be a way.
Look over there. That axe.
It looks like you tried to chop a metal pole.
We tried decapitation. It crushed the axe. Don't you see? We have created the ultimate soldier.
I'm not feeling...
It is all a question of control, Paul. If we could figure a way to control it, then we would have the perfect man.
What was in that drink?
Marty figured it all out. Of course, he won't be able to perform the operation, but he can instruct me.
Thomas Deloney once said, God sends meat, and the devil sends the cooks. What sort of operation does Claire intend on doing? Stick around for our concluding act. Longfellow wrote, "A simple child that lightly draws its breath and feels its life in every limb, what should it know of death?"
What happened?
Well, hello, Vincent.
What did you call me?
I would shake one of your hands, but I'm sort of confined to this bed.
Oh, God. What have you done to me?
You have became the perfect man.
Come on, Paul. Try to walk.
I can't see. What did you do to me?
We needed a controllable brain. Your brain. Magnificent. Now, how do you like your new body, Vincent?
Quit calling me that.
Look, Claire, he's walking.
The perfect man.
What have you done? You maniacs.
That's close enough, Vincent. Vincent? I said stop.
Paul, stop. Don't come any closer.
Indestructible. You said indestructible.
Put me down!
Indestructible.
Paul, put her down.
Martin! Help me!
You need a bath, Claire. You need a bath.
No, Paul! Please! Put me down!
Yes, Claire. I'll put you down in the bath.
Oh, God, Claire. Oh, God, no.
Indestructible.
No.
Martin.
Stay away. Stay away!
So you see, this is my story. And now you know why I want advice from you. Claire? Oh, she's dead. I watched as the skin peeled away from her. I saw her bones disintegrate into the acid. Marty. He's still down there, lying on the gurney, unable to move. I'll deal with him in a little while. First, I want to ask you my question. Did I commit murder? Or is it an act of revenge? Or sort of justifiable homicide? I mean, Claire and Marty had to kill me first to get my brain, right? No. Don't get up. My eyes finally emerged, and I can see now. Perhaps you would like to see me. After you answer my question, you may turn on the light.
Euripides once said, "I know indeed what evil I intend to do, but stronger than all my afterthoughts is my fury, fury that brings upon mortals the greatest evils." I'll be back shortly with a final word. We offer no moral to our tale, simply a story to spark the imagination, which is what we strive to do. Illuminate that part of your own brain that conjures up fantastic worlds and creatures, and you can be sure that we will be here to help you with that magic. Our cast included Jonathan Rossignol, Crimson McKenzie, and Winslow Swan. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Isn't Michael playing beautiful? beautifully?
Yes, my dear. I suppose that my money is being well spent.
Of course it is, Arnold. We haven't had an empty seat in the theater since he started these concerts.
And I suppose that you have been keeping him happy?
I have been making sure that he has everything he needs, if that is what you mean.
Of course, darling. We must make sure that Michael Mason is happy.
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it. It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Revenge is a rather common thought among people. I believe that we have all planned a delicious revenge against someone who has wronged us, whether the offense was true or not. It could be some momentary thought that dissipates as quickly as it came. In some cases, revenge is carefully thought out, planned, and eventually executed.
Isn't Michael playing beautifully?
Yes, my dear. I suppose that my money is being well spent.
Of course it is, Arnold. We haven't had an empty seat in the theater since he started these concerts.
And I suppose that you have been keeping him happy?
I have been making sure that he has everything he needs, if that is what you mean.
Of course, darling. We must make sure that Michael Mason is happy.
Our mystery drama, The Hands of Mason, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Mick Davis, Raven Adams, Crimson McKenzie, and Carter Sheriff. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Permit me now to introduce you to Michael Mason, a young concert pianist whose career has begun its climb to stardom. He began playing the piano at the age of 5, and by the tender age of 10, was renowned as a prodigy. Now he is 25, handsome, and beginning a series of performances at the concert hall. However, he is now at a rather cheap roadside hotel with someone he considers very special.
That was wonderful.
I love you, Heather.
And I love you. However...
Wait a second. Where are you going?
I have to get back before Arnold gets home.
But I thought you said he wouldn't be home until late tonight.
I did. There is always the chance that he could return early. Besides, you have a concert to get ready for.
How long are we going to keep doing this?
Doing what?
Meeting like this? In some nondescript motel miles from the city?
You know perfectly well why we have to do this, my love.
Well, you could always divorce him.
Yeah, and live on what? You know he made me sign a prenup.
Yes, made you sign it. You could get an attorney to contest that, you know.
Even if I tried, Arnold would hunt us down. We're taking a chance doing what we were doing now.
And I see that you have another bruise.
That was my fault. I fell in the bathroom yesterday.
Looks like a fist to me.
Please, Michael, let's just keep things the way that they are. How are your hands?
Didn't you get enough of them?
I meant for playing.
So did I.
The piano. Playing the piano.
They're fine. Seriously, though, at least think about leaving Arnold.
Michael, it was his money that financed these concerts. I can't leave him. Not yet, anyway.
Will I see you tonight at the theater?
I'm gonna try to get Arnold to come with me.
I love you, Heather. I really do.
And I love you. We just have to be careful for at least a little while longer.
You're late.
I'm sorry, Mr. Richards, but traffic was a bear.
Then you should have left earlier. Never mind. Sit down and tell me what you have.
As you suggested, I began following your wife about a month ago because you were convinced that she was seeing someone.
Yes, get on with it.
You weren't exactly sure who she was seeing. You had a few suspects in mind, 4 to be exact. To save a little time, I've labeled each person parties A, B, C, and D.
Alright, can we hurry this along?
Yes, sir. Now parties A and B, Mrs. Richards knew before, but had no contact with since marrying you. Party D, she has seen a few times, but those meetings appeared to be accidental.
Possibly, but let's not rule him out just yet.
Well, you may change your mind. Party C, the piano player, Mrs. Richards met while she was an actress in the Broadway stage play. He was a part of the orchestra about 3 years ago. According to my sources, they spent a lot of time together.
Yes, I met her after that play closed. We married about 6 months later.
I understand that she told you she didn't know him. Well, that was definitely a lie. I followed her last week to a small motel where she met this young man. Would you like to see the pictures?
That won't be necessary. Yes, Michael Mason.
If you want me to keep on the job, I will.
No, it's time for more decisive action.
I don't understand.
You're not supposed to. For now, you can collect your fee from my secretary and then forget the whole case.
Very good, Mr. Richards. I'll forget the whole thing. I'm very good at that.
Brandon, is it you? Just hit the start button. Very good. Michael Mason is playing tonight at the concert hall. I'm sure Heather will want to go. It should end around 10. Meet me at the rear entrance. I have a special job that will require your services. Oh, and Brandon, make sure you bring the dull bladed axe.
Someone once said that if a man steals your wife, the best revenge is to let him keep her. However, Arnold Richards has something more sinister in mind. Let's find out as we return with Act 2 shortly. Film director Alfred Hitchcock once said that revenge is sweet and non-fattening. However, revenge can also have dire consequences.
I'm so happy that you decided to come tonight, Arnold. Isn't Michael wonderful?
Yes, he plays very well.
I can't thank you enough for financing these concerts. Look, not an empty seat in the house.
Who knew that there were this many fans of classical music?
The arts have always drawn an eclectic crowd, Arnold. As I've tried to explain to you.
I told you, my dear, that your life as an actress is far behind you.
Yes, Arnold. You told me.
Where are you going?
I'm a little tired this evening, Arnold. I'm going home. Are you coming?
I'll be there in a little while. I have something important to do.
I noticed Brandon by the car. Whose head are you going to bash in tonight?
Nothing as dramatic as that. No, I just have to make a few cuts in the budget. Mr. Mason, over here.
Mr. Richards?
A very nice concert, Mr. Mason.
Oh, I didn't even know that you were there.
Yes, Heather insisted.
Well, I'm glad that you and Ms. Richards were able to make it.
She seems very fond of you.
Well, if it wasn't for Heather and, of course, your generosity, well, these concerts would have never have happened.
I understand that your agent is planning a tour for you. Is that right?
It is very much in the planning stages, yes.
I suppose that you would want my wife to help with the planning.
Well, it would be nice, but I think it would be an imposition. I barely know her.
You seem to know her well enough. You called her by her first name.
Did I?
Yes, you did. Have you met my driver, Brandon?
Mr. Richards. I'm sure that you want to get home. It's getting late.
Oh, no. I insist that you meet Brandon.
Hey, what is this?
You and Heather have been discovered. There is something that you should have been told about me. I'm surprised Heather didn't tell you. What is mine to keep at any cost.
Get off of me! Take your hands off of me! Hey, what are you doing with that axe?
Brandon, would you mind holding Mr. Mason down and stretching out his arms?
What are you going to... Oh, no. No!
The edge of this blade is dull. Very dull. In other words, this is going to be very, very painful.
No!
Good morning, darling. How did you sleep?
Oh, Arnold! Arnold, how could you?
What are you talking about?
You know damn well what I'm talking about.
I'm completely in the dark, darling.
You killed him!
Whom did I kill?
Michael! You killed him! It's in the papers this morning. His body was found outside the theater.
And it specifically named me as the murderer?
Of course not. But I know it was you. But you didn't just kill him. You cut off his hands. His beautiful hands!
Sounds like something that is gang-related. Perhaps our young pianist was in debt to someone.
You know that isn't true. You killed him because you thought that I was seeing him.
But weren't you, darling? Now, don't try to deny it. I hired a private detective, and he brought me some rather interesting pictures.
You didn't have to kill him.
Now, why would I kill him? As you said, the theater was selling out every concert. Without him, I would lose a lot of money. I had no reason to kill him.
You did kill him. You're insane.
Only about certain things, my dear. You know perfectly well that what is mine, I aim to keep.
Then you did kill him. You cut off his hands? And then you left him there to bleed to death, all alone?
I can assure you, my dear, that I had nothing to do with it.
I could kill you. Michael was warm, caring, and loving. He was everything that you're not. Somehow, some way, you will get what's coming to you.
And just where do you think that you are going?
Somewhere. Anywhere. Away from you!
So, you're leaving me.
I should have done it a long time ago. When I found out just how cruel and heartless you could be.
Face the facts, Heather. You married me for my money because you could not make it as an actress.
I hate you. I hate you. Do you hear me? I hate you.
Heather, come back here. Come back here. What's that? I must have left the radio on. No matter. It's a rather nice piece of music, and it sounds so familiar. And so, Heather, you have left me. You will find it very hard to get along in this world penniless. That's funny. It wasn't the radio. Oh, wait. Perhaps I had it on a timer and it finally shut itself off. What is that?
Evil is always devising more corrosive misery through man's restless need to exact his revenge out of hate, said Ralph Steadman. But evil comes in many forms and out of many situations, and sometimes from beyond the grave. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Arnold Richards finds himself alone since his wife, Heather, has left him. Even with murder on his hands, he still plots a revenge against Heather.
A lovely theater. It really is. Too bad we have to burn it down. Isn't that right, Brandon? You know what to do. And such a fine piano. It's a shame it also has to perish in the fire. At least I'll recoup my losses through the insurance. Oh! What was that? Brandon, are you okay? My God! Brandon! Your hands! They've been cut off! No, it can't be. That light almost hit me! I've got to get out of here. Brandon, dead. His hands completely cut off. And the piano, I'm going crazy. Yeah! A hand on the seat next to me. No! Get away! Ah! Another hand! No! Okay. Can't breathe. Stop it! No! Get off of me! The hands! Mason's hands! Help! No! No!
Oh, thank you, Boodle. Give it to me. I love you, but you need to go home. Go on. Yes, I'll put your treat out for later. Okay. Let's see what Mother's gonna gripe about today. Okay. What? Police are baffled at the accident scene that caused the death of Arnold Richards, prominent businessman. Witnesses report that Mr. Richards was driving erratically before crossing the center line and flipping his car several times. His driver, Mr. Brandon Curtis, was found dead at the theater that was recently the scene of another tragic murder. The death of Mr. Michael Mason, concert pianist. The strangest part of the case was that all three victims' hands had been removed and not been recovered. Arnold Richards is survived by his loving wife, Heather Richards. Loving wife. Heather Richards.
And as our curtain closes, I'm reminded of a line from Shakespeare. Vengeance is in my heart, death in my hand, blood and revenge are hammering in my head. I'll return shortly with a final word. Someone once said that if you seek revenge, dig 2 graves, one for yourself. I believe what Frank Sinatra once said, the best revenge is massive success. Our cast included Mick Davis, Raven Adams, Crimson McKenzie, and Carter Sheriff. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was directed by Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
It is intolerable. I am nothing more than a morning cereal.
But, Master, you are the Prince of Darkness. You are the ruler of the underworld.
And now everyone only laughs at me. Laughs at me. I have been maligned for far too long. It is time for the public to be truly scared.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan. And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. The very first Frankenstein movie was made by the Edison Studio in 1910. Nosferatu, the first Dracula movie, was made in Germany in 1922. and the first werewolf movie, 1913. At the time of their release, audiences screamed with terror. So sad that no one is afraid of monsters anymore.
It is intolerable. I am nothing more than a morning cereal.
But, Master, you are the Prince of Darkness. You are the ruler of the underworld.
And now everyone only laughs at me. Laughs at me. I have been maligned for far too long. It is time for the public to be truly scared.
Our mystery drama, No One is Afraid of Monsters Anymore, was adapted from the short story and written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Mick Davis, Jonathan Rosignol, William Stafford, Annie Mick, and Will Dorman. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Joel Cohen once said that we create monsters, and then we cannot control them. Of course, now, we are no longer frightened by the classic monsters that came from the minds of Mary Shelley or Bram Stoker. Or are we?
Oh, these bones do ache sometimes. I wonder what people would think if they knew that the Prince of Darkness sleeps in the nude. Igor! Igor! Where are you?
I'm here. Master, I have your libation.
Oh, positive again.
I'm afraid that is all that we have in stock.
How I recall the nights when I could find a virgin within a few minutes.
I'm beginning to think that they are only mythical creatures.
Yes. Now is everyone gathered in the main ballroom?
Yes, Master. All the creatures of the night await your presence.
What a dismal time it is, Igor. But, as the Master of Darkness, I must inform all.
Rumors have been flying around the belfry.
I know. I shall address them all tonight. Could I please have a little quiet? Thank you all for coming to the castle. I understand how hard it is to travel these days. I appreciate the effort from everyone. Igor, I believe your pet is calling for you.
It is feeding time, Master.
Did see it before it blows the entire castle down. Why did I allow you to bring Godzilla home?
I told you, he followed me home. How could I turn him out into the cold?
If he keeps that up, we will not have a place to stay in.
Yes, Master.
Well, what are you standing around for? Go and feed your pet.
Yes, Master. Right away.
Well, spit it out already.
Apologies. I had a bit of shrimp stuck in my throat. Why are we all here, Count?
I have some very sad news for all of us, Legion. It seems that no one is afraid of monsters anymore.
Of course not. Look what they have done to us. We're now simply throwbacks in an ancient time.
Yes, I know. The movie-going audience have become... How shall I put this nicely? Let us just say that it doesn't take much to scare them.
Shake a camera around the woods for 90 minutes and people scream. How is that scary?
And do not forget that each one that is made comes with a built-in sequel after sequel after sequel. No! I will not allow us to simply vanish from the celluloid history books.
Do you have a plan?
When have I ever not had a plan?
There was that one time in Belgrade when the daughter of...
You promised that you would never mention that again.
Sorry. So what is this plan of yours?
Something that I have been working on for the past few months. Something that will be so frightening, so terrifying, that people would be afraid of the dark once again.
Robert, did you get those contracts sent off?
Oh, yes, ma'am. And I have you scheduled for a meeting at Universal next week. Also, your yoga instructor calls. Seems that she is sick with the flu.
So much for holistic medicine.
I stick to vitamins mostly.
I know. You never get sick.
If I got sick, this place would collapse. And you, dear Teresa Smithy, would be a basket case.
I don't know what I would do without you.
Oh, and by the way, this came yesterday.
What the hell is this?
It's a movie script. Unsolicited, by the way.
Please, for all that is holy, you took it home last night and read it?
Oh, that is a no-brainer. I had to. You should have seen the postage on it, and you will never guess where it came from.
Transylvania?
Well, how did you know?
You mean it really did come from there?
I'm not making this up. Would you believe that the return address was Castle Dracula?
Oh, you have got to be kidding.
Anyway, I went ahead and read it.
And what did you think?
I think that if you don't produce this and get it out there, and someone else does, you're going to be kicking yourself for the next 20 years.
That's scary?
See these bags under my eyes? They ain't luggage, sweetie.
Good enough for me. Give our future screenwriter a call and set up a meeting.
There's a slight problem there, boss.
Oh, wait. Let me guess. No phone?
This guy must think very highly of his script. And you. He included a round-trip ticket in first class so you can meet with him in person.
I can't just drop everything and go meet up with every Tom, Dick, and Dracula.
You leave at 8 a.m. I have already arranged for a limo to pick you up at 5 so that you will have plenty of time.
What would I do without you, Robert?
Let's hope we don't have to find out. Besides, if this thing is a hit like I think it will be, I expect a huge bonus.
I find it rather strange how the movie industry works. A film that cost very little money to make will have a tremendous success. And then there are these so-called blockbusters that flop and are never heard from again. Perhaps Teresa has found a gem. Let's find out when I return shortly with Act 2. Teresa Smithy, a Hollywood movie producer who received a script from, of all places, Transylvania. She is currently calling her secretary, Robert, from her hotel room.
So what's it like?
Like any other tourist trap. I swear, if one more person uses that stupid voice to welcome me to Transylvania, ha ha ha, and points me toward the Dracula Museum, I may plant myself face first into the nearest cactus.
Do they even have those in Transylvania?
I don't know.
It can't be all bad, can it?
I arrived at 6 last night, hoping to get a bite to eat. Ha ha. The kitchen was closed. Closed! Can you believe that? And then they handed me a key to my room. An actual metal key, with a lock to put it in. When I told them I had a meeting up there this evening, they said nobody goes up there anymore. Too dangerous. Like a wall could collapse on top of you. There was a note waiting for me. Get this. A carriage will pick you up tonight at 8 for our meeting. Looking forward to a mutually beneficial discussion. Signed, the Count.
Well, whoever this is, they are really going all out for you.
Well, isn't this pleasant? Guess I'll just knock on the... Should have seen that one coming. Hello? I'm Teresa Smithy. Anyone here? Big surprise there. Hello? Hello?
I bid you welcome. Please, come quickly. Go safely and leave a little of the happiness that you bring.
That is by far the best Dracula that I have ever seen in my life. I got to hand it to you. You have even got that huge medallion around your neck. What a performance. I'm sure the tourists eat it up.
Perhaps you would like some wine.
Oh, yes, please.
To a most profitable endeavor.
Oh, this is quite good. Aren't you having any?
I never drink wine. Come, please follow me to the ballroom. Ah, listen to the children of the night.
What music they make. Yes, I've seen the movie. But let's get down to business. You have a great monster for this movie, and I don't think that our special effects department will have any problem building it.
Did you say building it?
Well, there may have to be some changes made in the description as well as a few minor rewrites.
Rewrites?
Hey, just calm down, big guy. Every movie is made 3 times. Once in your head, once on film, and finally in the editing room. That's where the real movie is made.
I did not realize.
You just let me worry about all that. I think you have a great shooting script now. There is the matter of your monster that you describe.
What is wrong with it?
I'm just not sure how well it will play on the screen. You've described some effects that no one has ever done before.
Effects?
Don't worry, kid. It will all... What the hell was that?
It's just Igor's pet. Feeding time again.
Exactly what does it eat?
You have nothing to fear. I told everyone that you are strictly off limits. They will listen to me.
Oh, of course. You are the Prince of Darkness, after all.
You must understand, Miss Smithy. I have poured my very being into this movie. I have left nothing out that was not completely mine. Would you care to see the actual monster?
British author Glenn Duncan once said, "Monsters die out when the collective imagination no longer needs them." Our Count would like to change that. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. It has been a little over a year since Dracula's movie script went into production. Tonight is the big opening premiere, complete with the press, fans, red carpet, and, of course, Dracula and the monster of Victor Frankenstein who calls himself Legion.
What is the matter?
Look at them all. Are any of them running and screaming at the very sight of me? No! All they want is a picture.
Until they find out you cannot be photographed.
The digital world may have changed that.
Personally, I love the attention.
Of course you would not. You were a sympathetic monster. I was evil incarnate.
Why are you so angry all the time? You have an entire village that celebrates you every year. Now, look at all of these people coming to see something that you have created.
So? What do you think? Isn't this great?
Let's just wait and see.
What do you mean, wait and see? The reviews have been great. I'm telling you, we have a definite hit on our hands.
I want to see firsthand the frightened looks of the people hurrying home to lock their doors and windows and to crawl under their beds, fearful that the monster, the fiend, will be able to still get them.
Legion, that is your name, correct?
Yes, it is, Miss Smithy.
What the heck is he talking about?
I have learned to only listen and try not to comprehend.
You fools! Both of you! Do you not know that the monster, my monster, is at this very moment within the walls of this theater?
What the hell did you do to my premiere?
The monster of all monsters, the king of monsters, is lurking, creeping in the darkness, waiting for just the right moment.
You idiot! You hired some actor to jump out at the crowd? That kind of stuff went out in the 60s.
There! The screams to my ears are like music. What is that? What is that? They are not screaming. They are not running.
I did what you told me to do. I screamed, I threatened, I growled. I thought that I had done everything correctly.
What happened?
Oh, at first, they jumped. Then they all laughed at me. And then they applauded.
I'm sorry, Drac. Perhaps our time has come and gone.
I should grab the first person that walks by and tear out their throat.
Hey guys, we are definitely a hit. Hey, what's wrong? You look like you just lost the lottery by one number.
You would not understand.
No, you don't understand. See that small group over there? They were the ones who put the money up for this. They were floored by it. We are talking a 3-picture deal right now.
Wait, did you say 3 pictures?
Best of all, they want you to continue playing the monster, whoever you are.
Me? A movie star?
You will rank right up there with Jason, Michael, Freddy, Jigsaw, all the biggies.
I noticed that I was not listed in that group.
Hey, come on, it's time to celebrate.
Come on, Legion. Perhaps we should go back to the shadows.
Are you kidding? We need you, and Legion. I mean, somebody has to write the scripts, don't they? Now let's talk contracts.
While Dracula was not amused that no one was afraid of him anymore, he was not going to pass up the chance to make a lot of money. He was told about a dark web where, for the right amount, you could actually buy virgin blood. I'll be back shortly with a final word. I believe that the poet Nikita Gill sums it all up best. The monsters were never under my bed because the monsters were inside my head. I fear no monsters, for no monsters I see, because all this time the monster has been me. Our cast included Mick Davis, Jonathan Rosignol, William Stafford, Annie Mick, and Will Dorman. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Dean, why do you have to be so mean to my child?
No, she has to learn that there are rules in this house.
I know, but...
And when the rules are broken, there are consequences.
Charity was just playing. There's nothing wrong with a child playing with a doll.
Oh, no? Even if that very same doll is saying that it hates us?
This is your host, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan. And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Have you ever had a favorite toy? Perhaps as a child, you had a stuffed animal that you whispered your innermost secrets and desires. The toy, to your mind, was your protector from the evil in the world. You knew that this toy would always be your friend.
Dean, why do you have to be so mean to my child?
No, she has to learn that there are rules in this house.
I know, but...
And when the rules are broken, there are consequences.
Charity was just playing. There's nothing wrong with a child playing with a doll.
Oh, no? Even if that very same doll is saying that it hates us?
Our mystery drama, Dolly Dear, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Isabella Woogie, Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, Will Dorman, and Jonathan Rosignol. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. childhood, sweet and sunny childhood, with its careless, thoughtless air, like the verdant, tangled wildwood, wants the training hand of care. A poem by David Bates. Ah, sweet and innocent childhood, where cares and worries do not really seem to matter, when a rather simple toy, or in this case, a doll, can be a best friend.
You are my bestest friend.
Charity, will you come down here, please?
Okay, Mama. No, I won't be very long, Dolly. I love you. I love you too, Dolly.
Charity, are you coming down?
Be right there, Mama.
Didn't you hear me the first time?
Yes, Mama. I just had to make sure that Dolly was okay.
Well, is she?
Oh, yes, Mama.
I don't know where you found that doll. You have so many others.
But they are not like Dolly.
Oh. And what is so special about Dolly?
Well, she can talk.
I know. You pull her string and she says, now what is it? 6 or 7 phrases?
No, Mama. She can really talk. We were talking about Dean when you called.
Now, you know, he would rather you call him Father.
Mama?
Yes?
Why did you have to get married again? I mean, after Daddy went to heaven.
I suppose I was lonely. You know, Dean has been very good to us.
Yeah.
Now, what is so wrong with Dean?
I don't know. He just has so many rules. I can't do all of them.
He just wants what's best for us.
Dolly hates him.
Charity! Now that's a cruel thing to say.
That's what she told me.
Well, maybe Dolly and I need to have a long talk. Now go upstairs and get ready for dinner before Dean gets home.
I guess Mama loves him. He does seem to make her happy.
Would you like to play?
Not right now, Dolly. I have to get washed up for dinner. We can play later.
You're my bestest best friend in the whole world. I love you.
I love you too.
I hate Dean. He is very, very mean.
But Mama loves him.
I have seen. He is very obscene.
Well, now, this looks very good, Martha.
Thank you, dear heart. I hope you like it.
Oh, I'm sure that I will. Well, now, there is my little cherry blossom. How was school today?
It was all right, I guess.
And what did you learn today?
Oh, you know, the usual. Mama, can I ask you something?
It's may I ask you something.
I'm sorry, may I ask you something?
There's always time for good grammar.
Of course, Charity. What is it?
What does obscene mean?
Why, Charity, where did you hear that word?
Probably some older children on the bus, I would expect.
Well, it means something that is disgusting or offensive. Why? Where did you hear it?
Do you think that Dean is obscene?
What did you say?
No, I didn't say it. It was Dolly. She said that Dean was obscene and mean.
Now look, young lady, that's enough.
No, I don't think that it is enough. Who is this Dolly?
Oh, it's one of her dolls that she's been playing with.
Then perhaps Dolly needs to be taught a lesson.
Oh no, please don't hurt her. She didn't mean it.
Dean? What are you gonna do?
Do? I'm going to do what my father did to me when I was bad. Dolly is going to the bad closet. So, you think that I am obscene, do you? Well, let's see what you think of me after a night in the closet.
Dean is mean. Dean's obscene. Dean should be hung in the apple tree.
I remember growing up and seeing those dolls on television. The ones with the string that you pulled and the funny little sayings. But I never recall hearing about one that threatened somebody. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Dean has just heard his stepdaughter's doll say something that was, well, disturbing. He is now talking with his wife about the incident.
Dean! You must be joking.
Martha, I swear, that blasted doll threatened me.
It's just a toy. Maybe you heard it wrong.
I know what I heard. And what about Charity? Asking about the meaning of that word.
Well, maybe she heard it on television or perhaps the radio.
Yes, and perhaps I'm losing my marbles.
Now don't talk like that.
Was she very upset that I took her doll away?
Not as upset as I thought she would be.
Well, where did she ever get such a thing?
She said she found it in the backyard one day. I thought perhaps a friend had given it to her, or maybe you even bought it for her.
Oh, no, I didn't buy it. It's just a little unnerving watching her play with it. I've seen her talking to it, having very long conversations.
I had an invisible friend when I was young, but, you grow out of it.
I just hope that Charity grows out of it, and fast.
Charity! Charity!
Dolly, is that you? How did you get out of the closet?
Do you really love me?
You know that I do. Now come to bed.
I will. But first, I have something important to ask you.
Like what?
Do you love Dean?
Mama does, so I guess I do.
Are you sure that you love Dean?
I guess.
If something were to happen to Dean, would it make you sad?
It would make Mama sad.
But what about you?
Not really.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Why? Is something going to happen to Dean?
Oh, darn it!
Oh, what is it?
I left my reading glasses downstairs.
Do you really need them tonight?
I just wanted to finish up this chapter before I go to sleep.
All right.
No, it's okay.
No, I'll go get them. Besides, I'm going to grab me something to drink. Now, where is that light switch? Oh, that's funny. The bulb must have burned out. Hey, who's that? Charity? Is that you in the dark? No. Now, how did you get out of the closet, Dolly dear? Now, I'll just take you downstairs.
I don't like you. I wish you were dead.
What the... Ow! Did you bite me?
I wish you were dead. Cut off your head. Watch it roll. Kill your soul.
Hey, stop squirming around. Look out! The stairs! Ah!
Dean? Are you okay? Dean? Dean? Dean! No!
I'm sorry for your loss, ma'am.
What happened to him?
As far as we can tell, he tripped on the carpet on the top stair. took a tumble, and, well, if it's any consolation, he died instantly.
I shouldn't have said anything about my stupid glasses. That's why he was going downstairs. But why didn't he turn on the light?
I don't know, ma'am. I really don't know.
Mama is really sad, Dolly.
You are my bestest best friend. I love you.
You shouldn't have hurt Dean.
Dean was mean. Dean was mean.
But Mama loved him.
Do you love your mama?
Dolly, what are you saying?
What is Dolly saying? The last time that question was asked, Dean had a rather unfortunate accident. Or was it? Perhaps we will find out when I return with Act 3. It has been almost a week since the tragedy. Martha is trying to keep things as normal as possible for her daughter, Charity.
Charity, we are going to have a long talk about picking up your toys.
I am your bestest best friend. I love you.
Well, now where did you come from? Ugh, you really are a creepy little thing. Those black eyes with the lids that close. Ugh, gives me the shivers.
You should be nicer to me.
What did you say?
I think that you heard me.
What the? Oh my God.
Mama, I'm home.
Did you have a good day at school, hon?
Yes, I'm going up to my room to play with Dolly.
Dear, about Dolly.
I want to tell her about what Brad said about her in school today.
What did Brad say, sweetheart?
He called her names like stupid and dumb. I bet Dolly won't like that.
Yes, well, about Dolly. I'm afraid that she isn't up in your room.
Where is she, Mama?
Well, you see, dear, I was cleaning your room today and I accidentally dropped her.
Mama, what did you do?
She landed on her head and she broke. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. I tried to fix her, but she was damaged beyond repair.
Oh, Mama, how could you?
It was an accident. Don't worry, honey. We'll get you a new one.
But I don't want a new doll. I want Dolly. She was my friend, my bestest friend.
You are my bestest best friend in the whole world. I love you.
Dolly!
But I got rid of...
Oh, Dolly, I love you too.
But I threw that thing out. I know I did.
And we played some more, and then that old stinker Kevin Wallace came and started kicking dirt.
I don't like your mother. She tried to get rid of me.
Oh, Dolly, it was just an accident.
I don't like her at all. She hates me, so I hate her.
Dolly, what are you gonna do?
Mommy needs to have an accident.
Mommy! Mommy!
What is it, Charity?
It's Dolly. She said...
What did Dolly say?
She wants to hurt you, Mama. She wants to hurt you really bad.
Oh, I'm sure that she was just playing.
No, I wasn't.
No!
Oh my God! Put that knife down!
Dolly hates you. Dolly wants to make you bleed. Dolly wants to make you die.
No, this is not happening. Get away from me!
Stabby, stabby. Make you cry. You will bleed. And die. Die! Die!
Leave my mama alone!
No! Stop brat. Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. I'm your bestest best friend.
No, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you.
Everything is gonna be okay. The knife wounds weren't that deep, thank goodness.
How was Charity?
Sleeping peacefully, which is what you need to be doing as well. I'll check on you in the morning, and perhaps both you and your daughter can go home.
You do believe me, don't you? About the doll?
You've been under quite a bit of stress, what with losing your husband. We can talk about it in the morning. Now get some sleep.
Yoo-hoo.
What?
You're my bestest best friend.
No! Stay away!
In the whole wide world.
Martha stares in horror as she watches the small doll with the large knife inching towards her. I'll be back shortly with a final word. Ah, childhood, a time for make-believe, a time for the imagination to grow stronger, a time for the monsters to come out and play. Our cast included Isabella Woogie, Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, Will Dorman, and Jonathan Rosignol. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Are you gonna be on that thing all night?
Only a couple of more emails to send out, and then I'm done.
Yeah, you said that an hour ago. Leave it to me to marry a techie.
Yes, but you love me anyway.
One of these days, that computer is going to jump up and bite you.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your own terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan. And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. The philosopher Sophocles once said that nothing vast enters the lives of mortals without a curse.
Are you going to be on that thing all night?
No, I've just got a couple of more emails to send out, and then I'll be done.
Yeah, you said that an hour ago. Leave it to me to marry a techie.
Yeah, but you love me anyway.
One of these days, that computer is going to jump up and bite you.
Our mystery drama, Control-Alt-Delete, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Crimson McKenzie, Winslow Swan, Dave Arkhipov, and Carter Sheriff. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Computers. They are now in every part of our lives. From the large servers to the smallest phones, computers can help us navigate, calculate, and even keep us all connected. So ask yourself, is this really a bad thing?
Honey, I brought Chinese. Hope that's okay.
Oh, that's fine, Carol. Just finishing up. There. Perfect.
And what is the great Wizard of Oz working on tonight?
Oh, you know, the usual.
Zombie horde or vampires?
Werewolves this time. Yeah, zombies and vampires have become overplayed.
Did you get all the bugs worked out?
Don't I always?
You know, I don't think Chuckles is paying you enough.
His name is Charles Bailey. And he happens to be one of the richest programmers in, well, probably the world.
Then why doesn't he make you a partner? Or at least a vice president?
Carol, we talked about that. I'm happy doing what I am doing. Oh, I couldn't stand being in a boardroom, smiling all day, shaking hands.
No, Tristan, you would rather shake hands with a keyboard. But I love you anyway.
I love you too. Now, why don't we go tackle that pizza?
Chinese. I told you I bought Chinese.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm only kidding. I heard you.
Hon, you coming to bed soon?
Yeah, in a sec.
What are you looking for?
Strange.
What is?
You remember that picture of us in the Cayman Islands?
With that almost bikini I was wearing? What about it?
You know, I can't find it.
Maybe you deleted it by accident. Did you check the trash bin?
Yeah, 4 times. It's not in here.
You probably just moved it to another folder. Just do a search.
I have done a search. It's not anywhere. It's like it just vanished.
I'm sure I still have it on my phone. I'll send it to you and then you can put it back on the computer.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Now, come on. You have a big day tomorrow and you need your sleep.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Is the new game still working?
So far, so good.
Those nasty old werewolves don't know who they're messing with.
Come on in, Tristan. Have a seat. Would you like something to drink?
No, thank you, Mr. Bailey.
Tristan, how long have we known each other?
Well, you hired me about 5 years ago, and...
Tristan, it's me, Chuck. Now, how long have we known each other?
Okay, a little over 7 years.
7 years, 3 months, and 2 days since I met one of the best programmers I had ever seen.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey.
Will you please stop with the Mr. Bailey crap and just call me Chuck?
Okay, Chuck.
That's better. Now, the reason I called you in here was to talk to you about that little promotion.
Chuck, I really appreciate it. I'm just not that guy.
Oh, come on. Of course you are. Now just hear me out. I'm offering you a substantial raise. Your own office, company expense account.
No, look, I'm very grateful. I really am. I'm just happy with where I'm at.
Just think about it, okay?
Carol?
Yes?
Can you come here a sec?
What is it?
Look.
Okay, so what am I looking at?
What, you don't see it?
See what?
That.
All I see is an empty folder. What am I supposed to see?
All of our pictures, that's what.
But there's nothing there.
I know that. Look, you didn't happen to accidentally delete them all, did you?
Tristan, I don't even go near that thing.
Well, something happened to them. I mean, all of our wedding pictures, vacation, family, all of them are just gone.
Computers can be traced back as far as 4,000 years ago with the invention of the abacus. Recent findings point to the Sumerian knowledge of trigonometry. The only way to get a wrong answer is human error. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. You have probably done it yourself. You highlight a file, press a button, and find out that you have just erased the entire file.
Good night's sleep?
No, not really.
What's going on?
Carol, look, if you did, and I mean if, you deleted our photos.
I told you I don't go near that stupid thing. Why would I want to delete photos of our life?
I don't know. Maybe I did it while working.
Come on, it's not the end of the world. I'll just go into my account and send them
Carol?
to you.
What's wrong?
I know I saved them.
What do you mean?
Well, look for yourself. You see?
Yeah, I do see.
So Carol went to her uploaded photos and...
There she was, in her bikini, in the Caymans, but I wasn't in any of them.
Well, it sounds like someone hacked her account and photoshopped you out.
Look, I know how Photoshop works. This was just too good.
There are other programs out there, much better than Photoshop. I've used them. See that picture on the wall of me with the president? I did that. I've never even been close to the White House.
Yeah, it's just a little unnerving, that's all.
Unnerving enough to get this.
What's this?
Your bonus for the new game. Over 1 million pre-sales already.
Oh, now, wait a second. I just finished it last night.
Of course you did. And I've had a marketing team working on it all night.
Okay, now that's a little scary.
Scary, maybe. Profitable, hell yes. Now go out and buy a new car. Stop worrying. Take that lovely wife of yours out on the town and take some beautiful new pictures.
Oh, well, that was a wonderful meal.
Better than my cooking?
The only difference between this meal and one of yours is that I don't have to do the dishes.
It was pretty good.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh, yes?
I'm afraid that there is a problem with your debit card.
Really? Well, here, try this one.
Very good, sir.
Everything all right?
Yeah, probably just a bank error. I'll see about it in the morning.
I'm sorry, sir, but this one doesn't seem to work either.
Well, that's funny. Hang on, let me check the account.
In the meantime, here, just use mine.
Very good, madam.
Okay, now that's weird.
What is it?
Well, the app for the bank says that I don't have an account.
Now that's crazy. Let me check.
Well, what does yours say?
Tristan, I swear, honey, I have nothing to do with this.
What are you talking about?
Look. You see?
It's only your name on the account now.
Why don't you believe me?
Carol, look, if you want to leave me, just say so. You don't have to lie about it.
Why would I want to leave you?
Carol.
We have a great life together.
Carol.
What?
Our wedding picture. The one on the wall.
What about it?
I'm not in it anymore. It's just you standing in a white wedding dress next to the cake, but I'm not there.
The American author Joseph Campbell once said, "Computers are like Old Testament gods, lots of rules and no mercy." Something seems to be deleting Tristan, and he is now afraid. You don't be afraid and return with me for Act 3. We are now more connected than at any other time in history. Through social media, we can keep up with family, friends, and even strangers. But ask yourself, is this really a good thing?
Can I help you?
Oh, come on, Chuck, not today.
Who are you?
Now look, I'm not in the mood for games.
Young man, I don't know who you are, but you had better get the hell out of my office now.
I'm Tristan, your golden boy who just gave you the biggest game in the history of computers.
Oh, I see. Now you are saying that you came up with Werewolf Holocaust. I must have had 30 people today try to sue us for stealing their game. Correction, my game.
Damn it, Charles, you know good and well that I came up with that scenario. I'm the one that worked out all the bugs. You even gave me a huge bonus.
Security? This is Mr. Bailey. I have a small problem in my office.
Charles, what are you doing?
I suggest that you leave now. If you wait for security, they may not be quite as gentle.
Can't find it. I just can't find it.
What are you looking for?
Huh? Oh, Carol. I didn't hear you come in.
I didn't mean to startle you, hon. So, what are you looking for?
Look, Carol, I know this is going to sound crazy. I'm looking for... Would you believe my birth certificate and social security number?
Is that all? Honey, I have a copy in the safe in the bedroom. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Okay. So, maybe it is just a computer glitch. Maybe I got a virus. It's okay. I can find that. But what about Charles? I mean, he's not a computer glitch.
Tristan, look at them.
Did you find them?
All the information is gone. It's a birth certificate, but there's nothing in it. All the lines are blank.
This is insane. Wait a second.
Who are you calling?
Well, Dad, of course. It's only a little after 8. He's probably watching a movie. Hello, Dad? What do you mean, who is this? It's your son. Tristan, it's me, Tristan. Hello? Hello?
What did he say?
He said he didn't have a son.
Tristan?
I'm being
Oh my god!
deleted.
What's going on?
I'm
You
being
are disappearing!
erased. As if I never existed.
No! Tristan! Tristan, come back!
Goodbye. Carol.
Nice of you to invite me over, Carol. You know, that new program you brought me is really fantastic.
So glad that we could make a deal, Mr. Bailey. It only took a couple of months to figure out the coding. After that, it was simply putting it into a program.
Deletion. I really like that title.
And guaranteed to permanently delete anything.
There have been many stories written about computers replacing humans. In this digital age with some industries, that has already happened. But I dread the thought that a human could use a computer to completely wipe away a person. I'll be back shortly with a final word. If you are constantly on social media, or perhaps just playing a game, I offer you a challenge. Turn your device off and talk to someone, anyone, person to person, human being to human being. Our cast included Winslow Swan, Crimson McKenzie, Dave Arkhipov, and Carter Sheriff. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was directed by Winslow Swan. And now, a preview of our next tale.
John Marriott, you have been sentenced by a jury of your peers to death. Do you have any last words or requests?
I didn't mean to kill her, but she laughed at me. Laughed at me.
Any word from the governor?
The phone line is clear, sir.
But I don't want to die.
Executioner, do your duty.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination.
Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan. And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. Mark Twain once said that the fear of death follows from the fear of life. A man who lives fully is prepared to die at any time.
John Marriott, you have been sentenced by a jury of your peers to death. Do you have any last words or requests?
I didn't mean to kill her, but she laughed at me. Laughed at me.
Any word from the governor?
The phone line is clear, sir.
But I don't want to die.
Executioner, do your duty.
Our mystery drama, Stay of Execution, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Jonathan Rossignol, Mick Davis, Dave Archipov, and Crimson McKenzie. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. His name is John Marriott. For the crime of capital murder, he has been sentenced to death. At exactly 6 p.m., Mr. Marriott will be led down a very long hallway and strapped into the last chair that someone will ever sit in.
Come on, Mr. Marriott. You really should eat something.
Why? Why should I even bother?
Well, it's your last meal, isn't it? You didn't order anything, but they brought you a fine spread. I mean, look at this steak.
I don't want it!
Okay, no problem.
When? When will they come for me?
Around 5:45. That way they can get you prepared.
I don't want to die.
Now, don't be like that. Everyone dies. You just have the privilege of knowing exactly when.
It's not fair! I didn't mean to kill her!
Look, Mr. Marriott, I'm just the guard. You don't have to...
I walked in on her. Alma Rawlings. We'd been together for just a few months when I walked in on her. There she was, naked, in bed, with another man. And then she started laughing. Laughing!
Come on, Mr. Marriott. You don't have to...
All I could see was her mouth, wide open, laughing. I grabbed her by the throat, and she kept on laughing. I squeezed. Tighter. And then she wasn't laughing anymore.
Mr. Marriott, how about another game of cards?
Sure, Mr. Cole. I got no family to visit me. Just you. Deal them out.
Mr. Marriott, it's time.
No. I don't want to die.
John Marriott, you have been sentenced by a jury of your peers to death. Do you have any last words or requests?
Yeah, I got some last words. She deserved to die.
Let's go. Any word from the governor?
Phone line is clear, sir.
Executioner, do your duty.
I don't want to die. 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 Ha! What happened? What?
What the hell happened?
I don't know.
Well, throw the switch again. Okay, get him out of there. Doc, would you check on him? Will you mind telling me what happened in there, Mr. Cole?
Everything was tested. It should have gone off without a hitch. I don't get it.
The doctor said he fainted, and that he's all right.
So what do we do now?
We'll try it again. Get him ready.
Well, well, well. Hello, Warden Miller.
John Marriott, you have been sentenced by a jury of your peers.
Yeah. Let's get on with it.
You don't seem overly concerned, John.
Because you can't do it.
What are you talking about?
You can't kill me. No matter how hard you try, you can't do it.
Get him ready.
Don't understand it. I just don't understand it.
Did you check every wire, every connection?
We had 3 certified electricians to check the equipment, and everything was normal.
Then what happened?
I told you, Warden. You can't kill me.
Why, John?
I was sitting here in that electric chair. I felt them put the hood over my head. I heard the switch being pulled, and then I heard a voice right in my ear.
What did it say?
It's not your time yet.
A slight chill runs down the spine of the warden and the guard. They look at the condemned man who sits placidly, smiling. I'll return shortly with Act 2. Tecumseh once said, "When your time comes to die, sing your death song, and die like a hero going home."
I want to thank you, Mr. Cole, for buying me the drinks.
Least I could do.
I suppose Warden Miller was a little peeved when he was told to let me go.
Mad as hell, Mr. Marriott. Now, your attorney argued your case before the Supreme Court. They felt that you'd been through quite an ordeal and that you'd had enough.
Here's to a new lease on life.
So, what are your plans?
Plans? Oh, come now, Mr. Cole. That's not really what you want to know.
You're right.
So go on. Ask me what everyone else wants to know.
How? How did you survive the electric chair? Not once, but twice.
There was some reporter that asked me that very question when they let me out. I told him it would cost $5,000 to get the answer. I'll give it to you for free. It was the devil himself that told me.
Go on. You're kidding.
No, really. He told me exactly how I was going to die, and it wasn't going to be in any chair.
So, you know when you're going to die.
No, not when, how. And that's a lot of good information to have.
Well, tell me.
The old boy told me that when I would die, that I would die on the wing of a plane.
Now, that's kind of weird.
I figured that if I never, ever fly, I'm gonna live forever. Oh, what do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor early in the morning?
John Marriott.
Hello?
John Marriott.
Oh, it's you. Fancy meeting you in a dark alley, Warden Miller. Trying to fry me again?
John Marriott, you have been sentenced by a jury of your peers to death. Your execution is now.
What? Right here? In the street? Don't I even get a last meal?
Do you have any last words?
Oh, well, only one. Shoot.
By the power vested in me by the state, I hereby carry out your execution.
I told you, you can't kill me. Go on, try it again.
No, it's impossible.
Here, give me the gun. Now, let's see. Fully loaded. That bottle over there. What do you think? Here you go, Warden Miller. Try it again.
What the hell are you?
The man who cannot be executed by you or anyone.
Marriott continues to laugh as Warden Miller runs away, the echoes of the laughter following him, haunting him. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Some people are so afraid to die that they never begin to live, said Henry Van Dyke. And isn't that truly the point? To simply live each day as if it were your last on Earth.
Frank, we may need to make this quick. It looks like a pretty bad storm heading this way. Mr. Marriott! Mr. Marriott, over here!
You must be the lovely Jennifer Marlowe.
Yes, Mr. Marriott. And this is my cameraman, Frank.
I must say, you're much prettier in person than on television.
Your charms will do no good on me. I only took this assignment because we're short on reporters.
Oh, yes. You usually do these so-called fluff pieces. Do you consider me a bit of fluff?
Hardly.
This is going to be a fun interview.
Look, you were convicted of killing someone. You were sentenced to die, and by some miracle, you survived.
Absolutely correct, Jennifer.
Miss Marlowe?
I apologize for being so familiar.
If you don't mind, Mr. Marriott, I would like to get this over with as quickly as possible.
Fine. Whatever you would like. But first, my money?
Just as you requested, $5,000.
Now, we can begin.
Frank, you good? Okay, in 3, 2, 1. This is Jennifer Marlowe speaking with what the press have called the man who will not die, John Marriott. Mr. Marriott, do you have any explanation as to why the execution failed not once, but twice?
Oh, I suppose that some would say that it was divine intervention.
Are you a religious person?
Oh, hardly.
And you freely admitted to killing your victim.
If she were here right now, laughing at me the way that she did, I would gladly do it again.
What are your feelings toward people who would say that the state should try again, but using a different method?
It won't matter what they try. I cannot be executed.
Okay, so what are your plans now that you're out of prison?
Well, thanks to the generosity of your wonderful station, I'm gonna live. First, a little trip to the coast. And perhaps I'll write a book.
Okay, cut it, Frank.
Is there something wrong?
Yes, that stupid airplane. It's going to ruin the whole audio. Look, we'll have to do it again.
What airplane?
I think it's somewhere over there.
Oh, way over there. Well, that's okay.
Fear of flying, Mr. Marriott?
You could say that.
All right, let's try it one more time. Frank, you ready? Okay, in 3, 2...
What's that idiot doing?
Something's wrong. Frank, get your camera on it now.
No. No. Won't get me. I can't be killed.
Mr. Marriott, where are you going?
That airplane. No. Won't get me. Won't get
Mr.
me.
Marriott, come back. Frank, he's running right towards it. It's landing in the park. Get your camera on it now. Hand left. Stay on the plane. Right now, that's the bigger story.
No!
Oh my God. Frank? Frank, please tell me you got that. This is Jennifer Marlowe reporting live in City Park where a single-engine plane made an emergency landing. According to the pilot, he was taking friends on a test flight in an old aircraft that he had previously restored. The pilot informed me that at 40 years of flying old Bessie, as he called it, through every weather condition, not once has it been struck by lightning. However, a rogue bolt of lightning forced the plane to make an emergency landing at exactly 6 p.m. tonight. Neither the pilot or his passengers, Willard Martin, warden of the state prison, and Thomas Cole, a guard who also works at the prison, were harmed. There was one fatality, however. Mr. John Marriott, known as the man who could not be executed, was struck and killed by the wing of the plane as it was landing. This is Jennifer Marlowe, reporting live from City Park, KRB News.
Of all the wonders that I yet have heard, it seems to me most strange that men should fear, seeing that death, a necessary end, will come when it will come, said William Shakespeare, and like a thief, it will come most unexpectedly. I'll be back shortly with a final word. I conclude our little drama with a quote from David Sarnoff. We cannot banish dangers, but we can banish fears. We must not demean life by standing in awe of death. And as our curtain closes, I remind you that we are never promised tomorrow. Live life for today. Our cast included Jonathan Rossignol, Mick Davis, Dave Arkhipov, and Crimson McKenzie. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie, and the production was under the direction of Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Why can't you just come down and introduce yourselves?
We have. We made pacts with many of your leaders, which has only led your species to the atrocities of war, famine, and deceit, all on behalf of those same leaders. By giving to them, they took from you. Our efforts have only culminated in a better way to kill and destroy for their own profit. It is something that we will not allow to continue.
Special announcement. I repeat, this is a special announcement from the emergency broadcast system. All residents should take shelter immediately. All residents should take shelter immediately. The basement of your residence is the best. Best. Oh, Christ. It's happening. The bombs are coming. We're all going to...
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
Hey guys, this is Crimson.
And this is Swan. And we'd love to know what you think of the stories.
Even if it's bad.
So leave us a comment.
Or give us a thumbs up.
Thank you.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm your host, Artemis Black. In the last half-century, the human race has made more technological advances than in any other time in history. From the miniaturization of computers to scientific discoveries, we have made leaps and bounds towards what many consider a brighter future.
But it can't be that simple.
It really is, Professor Stewart. You simply had 2 of the numbers transposed.
It will take years before this could work. The computer matrix alone would be more than our current systems could handle.
Sadly, it may never be used.
What do you mean?
I believe you know exactly what I mean.
Our mystery drama, Second Chance, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Winslow Swan and edited by Crimson McKenzie. Our stars include Winslow Swan, Crimson McKenzie, John Rosignol, and Mick Davis. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Have you ever been outside on a cool, clear evening and looked up at the stars? Did you ever wonder what lies beyond our small part of the universe? The question of intelligent life somewhere other than our own small and insignificant little planet has been pondered for generations. Is there an answer?
And as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, if we continue down this road we call the human race, great strides can be made that will ultimately be for the better. Or it can be taken away. Please think about this lecture in the next few days and ponder upon the part you will play in the future.
Professor Stewart?
Yes?
I'm Robert Hansen.
I'm sorry. Have we met before? You must forgive an old man and his memory.
Well, I certainly know you. I was in your class about 5 years ago.
Young man, many people have taken my class.
I wrote my thesis on the vibrational frequencies created by the human race. You said, and I quote, that it was a brilliant piece, but needed to be researched a little more.
Well, it certainly sounds like something that I would say. What are you doing with yourself now? Did you go on to become a famous research scientist?
Hardly. No, I work within the government as a consultant.
Oh, what a shame. Yes, Mr. Hampson, I do recall you as a rather headstrong sort of person. I believe you once called my class Oz, and that I was the man behind the curtain.
Oh, that you would remember.
Do not be embarrassed, my young friend. The memory may not be as sharp as I would like it to be, but it does kick in occasionally.
Well, I was invited to a conference next month, and I have to run a sort of class. I was wondering if you could give me any pointers, any advice.
Yes, I can. Don't do it. Run for the hills and never look back.
But, sir, I'm committed to it now. I can't just...
Oh, forgive me again, Mr. Hanson. Simply a little joke. What exactly are you asking of me?
I just remembered how fun your course was. I really wanted to know your secret.
Secret? Well, there is no great secret to opening the minds of the youth.
Sir, I've tried doing these things in the past, and I simply come off as well, a boring student who's trying to impress.
I'm sure it is not as bad as you let on.
When you hear snores, it is that bad.
Would you really like to know my secret?
Yes, please.
The imagination.
I don't understand.
Mr. Hansen, you said that you enjoyed my classes.
Very much so. You seem to make the subject come alive.
No, sir. You see, it was all you. Oh, don't you see? I tried to spark the imagination in each of my students. Without that, we are all simply computers. You put data in and you spit data out. My phone can do the same thing. But with imagination, you can do anything.
I'm beginning to see what you're talking about.
Sadly, in the last several years, we have been told not to use that wonderful gift. It will be a sad day indeed when the imagination is completely taken away from us. Such a beautiful night. I am incredibly lucky to live so far away from the city. The stars are all so lovely.
We interrupt our regular program to bring you an important news bulletin. The peace talks in Paris have completely broken down. The American ambassador was quoted as saying that if the Russians did not pull back its troops within 24 hours, the consequences would be severe. Meanwhile, the Russian spokesperson said that the ambassador was adamant in his demands for the Americans to pull their forces back. All hopes for a peaceful end have now faded as...
Oh, the fools! Do they not know we all live on this planet? Oh well. Hey, what is that? Oh, dear God!
Where am I?
It is going to be okay. You are safe. I'm driving you to the hospital.
You're Professor Abraham Stewart.
Well, yes, I am.
This is not the way that I wanted to meet you.
Are you from the Air Force Base? I saw your plane crash and was afraid there would be nothing left.
What is the condition of the craft?
Well, I fear that our government has just lost another $1 trillion, or whatever the cost of that thing was.
No matter. It is of little consequence that it was destroyed. Please, can we now go to your domicile?
No, I believe that you need medical attention.
No, Professor. I am here to help you. And possibly everyone else.
Professor Stewart looks over at his passenger and wonders. He notices the wounds that he had seen before are no longer there. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Jill Bolt Taylor once wrote, "I am always in quest of being open to what the universe will bring me." For Professor Stewart, it has brought him an unexpected visitor.
You have a very nice home, Professor.
It suits me. I have the opportunity to observe the skies without light pollution from the city.
I see you're still working on that equation.
And how do you know about my theory?
Please do not be alarmed.
Well, can I at least offer you something to drink?
I'm afraid there is little time.
Oh, yes, of course, how stupid of me. You would like to make a phone call back to the base.
If I were able to make a phone call, it would be much farther than the base.
I do not understand. Where are you from?
In normal circumstances, I would not have come to you this way. But now I have no choice. I am from a galaxy that is millions of light years away.
Oh, I see. And I suppose that the wreckage is what is left of your spaceship?
That is correct.
And just what is your name?
In my language, it would be impossible for you to speak. You may simply call me the Keeper.
Did Mr. Anson put you up to this?
I do not understand.
Play a little joke on the old man standing behind the curtain, eh? Well, tell him that I almost fell for it.
Change the factor of x to 13 and y to 27.
What did you say?
That is the problem that you are having with the equation. You simply have two of the numbers reversed.
That would make it?
Do you see it now, Professor?
My God. There it is. But this equation, it would take years to figure out the matrix.
Time. Such a fragile thing. And while it goes on, we never have enough of it. But we are always wanting more.
So is this supposed to prove that you are from some distant planet?
We have been coming to your small world for millions of years. At first to simply observe. Over time, we decided that it would be advantageous of us to help you along.
To push us, so to speak.
More like small nudges into the right direction.
Oh, and how are we doing so far?
There has been a faction of our society that wanted to advance your kind beyond what you were ready for.
As in the last 50 years?
We nudged before, and have on occasion, helped in ways that you would not understand. Chernobyl, for instance.
Ah, yes. I remember reading about the strange object observed over the nuclear plant.
We stopped what would have been a much greater disaster, which would have had consequences well beyond the scope of what citizens, wildlife, even in the depths of the oceans, are dealing with now.
So, is this the beginning of your invasion?
Our purpose is not to invade. We know that in the distant future, mankind will be making its way across the vastness of space. We were hoping that it would be in a friendly manner.
But your kind has already done that. Why can't you just come down and introduce yourselves?
We have. We made pacts with many of your leaders, which has only led your species to the atrocities of war, famine, and deceit, all on behalf of those same leaders. By giving to them, they took from you. Our efforts have only culminated in a better way to kill and destroy for their own profit. It is something that we will not allow to continue.
Aha! So you have come to destroy us.
No, Professor. You will annihilate yourselves.
Abdul Kalam once said that we are not alone, that the whole universe is friendly to us and conspires only to give the best to those who dream and work. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. T.S. Eliot once wrote,
This is the way the world ends. Not with a bang, but a whimper.
What exactly are you trying to say?
We had such great hopes for your tiny planet, Professor. Our species was looking forward to a mutually beneficial meeting one day.
But you are saying that day may never come. Why?
I'm afraid I may have arrived too late.
Oh, but why is it too late? What is going on?
Your formula would have been used to thrust humans to the outer reaches of space in the next millennium. Unfortunately, there are too many short-sighted humans on this planet thinking only of...
No, they couldn't have. The fools!
Special announcement. I repeat, this is a special announcement from the emergency broadcast system. All residents should take shelter immediately. All residents should take shelter immediately. The basement of your residence is the best. Best. Oh, Christ. It's happening. The bombs are coming. We are all going to...
It will only be about 30 minutes before the first bombs arrive.
27 minutes and 13 seconds, to be exact.
Isn't there anything? No. There is nothing that can be done now. Our world is doomed.
Does this surprise you?
No, it does not. Would you like a drink? I've been saving a rather rare brandy.
Why are you crying?
I'm thinking of all of the newly born and the unborn. No, it is so stupid. What could they have been thinking? No! That's not the problem. They never think. You are correct, Keeper. We do not deserve this planet we have called home.
Professor, if you were given the opportunity to have a second chance, what do you think the human race would do?
No. Well, it's all academic. You see, Keeper, our world has been plagued for centuries with tyrants and rulers who only think about themselves. A second chance? For what purpose? To have another group of leaders grow into greed and war again?
Are you truly that pessimistic, Professor?
No. I suppose not. If by some divine intervention the inevitable did not happen, I would hope that the world would learn its lesson.
Do you believe this planet would ever learn?
As I said, it's all academic now. I suppose that you have a way of escaping the destruction.
Unfortunately, with the crash, my ship was destroyed.
What exactly did happen with your ship?
Perhaps a simple miscalculation in the guidance system, or something to do with frequency disturbances.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh.
What is it that you find so amusing?
That even with such an advanced civilization, mistakes can be made.
I suppose, to use your words, an advanced civilization is not infallible.
Oh, thank you, Keeper. I'm glad to know that in the last few minutes of my life, there is always something to laugh at. What happened?
Turn your radio on, Professor.
Don't believe it. Can we get someone, anyone, who can tell us what happened? All right. But no one is going to believe this. We are getting reports from, well, everywhere. According to what we have learned, both the Russian and U.S. forces launched multiple nuclear missiles. Just a minute ago, every last missile has been disabled. No one has been able to supply a reasonable explanation for...
I don't believe it. Keeper, what happened?
I shall be leaving you now, Professor Stewart. Make good use of that formula.
No, wait! Where are you going?
I do have to leave, but we will be keeping our eyes on you.
Helping us out when necessary?
Something like that, yes.
Is that what happened with the missiles?
Oh, and one more bit of advice. Your kind was given this planet with only one simple rule to live by. Something we believe you have forgotten.
What rule?
Do unto others what you would have them do unto you.
A rather few simple words with such a powerful meaning. And yet, have we forgotten the power that they hold? You don't forget to return with me for a few final words. I suppose the only way to end our play is with the words of Dave Wilson. Sometimes life gives you a second chance. It is what you do with that second chance that counts. Our cast included Winslow Swan, Crimson McKenzie, Mick Davis, and Jonathan Rosignol. The story was edited by Crimson McKenzie and directed by Winslow Swan.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be so late.
Oh, it's okay. It's perfectly fine, you stupid little dumb piece of...
Please don't do this. I couldn't help the traffic.
Oh, don't let him hurt me anymore. Please, just hold me.
Come here. Shh, shh, shh. Hush now. It's okay. It's okay. I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you.
This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to nightmare for another adventure into the world of your terrifying imagination. Until next time, slumber peacefully.
Epilogue. The butler did it.
It lies in wait amidst your dreams, where nothing is ever how it seems. It is a portal to a terrifying world beyond the doorway to nightmare. Come in. Welcome. I'm Artemis Black. Is all that we see or seem but a dream within a dream? A question asked by Edgar Allan Poe that has so many possibilities for an answer.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be so late.
Oh, it's okay. It's perfectly fine, you stupid little dumb piece of...
Please don't do this. I couldn't help the traffic.
Oh, don't let him hurt me anymore. Please, just hold me.
Come here. Shh, shh, shh. Hush now. It's okay. It's okay. I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you.
Our mystery drama, The Nightmare Maker, was written especially for Doorway to Nightmare by Crimson Mackenzie, and also stars Crimson Mackenzie and Winslow Swan. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. The author Richelle Goodrich wrote, "There are many who do not wish to sleep for fear of nightmares. Sadly, there are many who do not wish to wake for the same fear." With that being said, permit me to introduce Brandy Stewart, a very pretty girl who married what can only be considered, and I quote from people who know him, a useless turd of a man, if you can call him that. Stephen is the kind of a person that blames others for his own failings, and the one he blames the most is his wife, Brandy.
No, Carol. Everything's fine. Yes, fine. I know what I told you, and I remember what you said. Look, I can't talk about it right now. I'm running late. You know how he is. Yes, even if it's just a couple minutes. I already had to take pictures just to show him where I was. I'll think about it, Carol. Look, I'll call you later if I can. I'm pulling into the driveway now. Gotta go. Okay. You can do this, Brandy. Just take a deep breath. There. That's better. Okay. Let's go face the storm.
Well. Look who it is, finally.
Stephen, I tried. I really tried.
And only 7 minutes late.
I told you the traffic was...
And now the excuses begin.
Stephen, please. I'm not trying to
You asked me to go to the store. You told me you would only be gone 15 minutes.
Please, Stephen.
I gave you 15 minutes. And here you are, 7 minutes late.
I sent you the pictures. I was stuck behind a school bus.
Give me your phone.
What? My phone? Why do you want...
me your phone.
But what will that...
Give me your damn phone or I'm gonna kick you right in the head.
Fine. Ow! Ow! I said... Okay. Here! Here!
Well, that was a rousing success.
I said that I was sorry.
I'm sorry. Just makes it all better, doesn't it?
I really wish you wouldn't smoke in the house.
Really? In my own home?
It's just that the smoke is really bad for my...
And there you go. It's always about you.
No, of course not. I was just...
Oh, well then I'll just put it out.
Ow! Stop it! You didn't have to throw it at me. You're gonna burn the house down.
Aw. What's the matter? Don't you like to smoke?
Ow! Stop it! That hurts.
You're lucky I'm just throwing them at you. Oh, I could do a whole lot worse. No. No. Where are you? Where am I? No.
Stephen, wake up.
No.
Stephen.
What?
Are you okay?
What's going on?
You were just having a bad dream or something. Are you okay?
It was horrible. Oh, God. It was so...
Aww.
It was so...
There, babe. It's okay. It was just a bad dream. Don't worry. I'm here.
I have had nightmares. In fact, quite a few of them. Waking up from such a dream causes disorientation and a sense of fear that is not easily forgotten. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Which is the true nightmare? Asked author Justin Alcala. The horrific dream that you have in your sleep, or the dissatisfied reality that awaits you when you wake?
Carol, I just don't know what to do. Yes, I know what you said, but it's just not that easy. Oh, God. Look, I'll call you when I'm able to. Yeah. Well, Stephen said he may have to work late. Yes, I will. And thank you. I don't know what I would do without you.
Oh, what am I doing here? So strange park? Dark? Hooded figure sitting over there. Who is that? Who are you? It's been the same dream. Every night.
Maybe you've been working too hard.
Oh, but it seems so real.
But it is just a dream.
Don't tell me that it's just a dream. I've been having it every night for a week now. Oh, are you trying to poison me? Put something in my food?
No. Stephen, maybe you should see someone, a doctor or...
Oh, are you trying to tell me that I'm crazy?
Of course not. I would never.
I'm not crazy. I see him. Just sitting there. He's all in black. He's got a hood hiding his face. I want to run, but I only move closer to him. Every time I get closer to him, I think I'll see who it is. But then, I'm not going to have you saying that I'm insane. No. Stay away from me. Stay away. No, for God's sake, stop!
Steven! Wake up! What the hell?
He's gonna get me! Sick! His jaw. Unhinged. Sharp teeth.
What is?
He's biting me!
What is?
That thing! Sitting on the park bench over there!
Steven, you're awake. There is no park bench. There's no creature, hon.
Could have sworn. No, I saw him. He stood up this time. He grabbed at me.
Steven, you're home in our bed. Nothing is coming for.
What is it?
Let me turn the light on.
What are you looking at?
Oh my God! The side of your face, your neck.
What?
You're bleeding.
No, it can't be.
Oh, it looks like puncture marks.
What did you do to me?
Ow! Steven, I would never.
You bit me? How dare you?
I swear, I would never do anything to hurt you.
No, not you. That thing did this. What the hell are you?
Did you like the movie?
What?
The movie. Did you like it?
I wasn't watching it.
Well, you picked it out, remember? Oh, honey, why don't you just go to bed?
Bed? Did you really just say bed?
Well, you haven't been sleeping very well, and it's been over a week now. I just thought...
Yeah, well, that's your problem. You always just think.
I'm sorry.
You're always sorry. We all know that you're sorry. That thing. It's waiting for me. Don't you get it?
What thing?
The thing in the hood. The one that keeps making me go to that park bench.
But it's just a dream.
Is it? I wonder. Far enough. I'm far enough away from that stupid park bench. You can't get me now! Oh, stop it! Oh, God! Stop it! Stop it!
Steven!
Stop it!
Wake up! Steven!
He clawed me. Brandy, he hurt me. He's trying to rip me apart.
Oh, dear God! Your chest! Your neck! What have you done to yourself?
Oh, don't let him hurt me anymore. Please, just hold me.
Come here. Shh, shh, shh. Hush now. It's okay. It's okay. I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you.
John Lennon once asked, "Who's to say that dreams and nightmares aren't as real as the here and now?" Steven's nightmares seem to be invading his reality. But then, what is reality? I'll be back with our final act shortly. H.P. Lovecraft wrote, "It is absolutely necessary that some of Earth's dark, dead corners be let alone, lest sleeping abnormalities and blasphemously surviving nightmares squirm out of their black layers to newer and wider conquests."
No, Carol, I just got home. No. If anything, it's getting worse. He's irritable, irrational. He's seeing things that aren't there. I'm not sure how much more I can take. Look, I gotta go. I'll call you later. Okay, bye. Steven? Are you here? Steven? Where are you?
I'm over here.
What are you doing sitting in the dark?
I accidentally fell asleep. He was waiting for me.
Honey, it's just bad dreams. Dreams can't hurt you.
Oh, no? No? Did I bite myself? Did I chew my own face off? Did I claw my skin off?
I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation.
Then explain this!
Oh my... What did you do?
No! Stupid little... For once, it wasn't you. It was him. He did this to me.
I can see the bones in your face. You ripped your neck open? What have you done? What have you done? We need to get you to the hospital.
No hospital.
Babe, those aren't just bad scratches. You're bleeding. You're bleeding.
He had really sharp teeth. he had really long, sharp
Steven,
teeth.
you're scaring me. Please stop it. Let's get you some help. You're scaring me.
I'm scaring you? You haven't met him. Who are you? What do you want from me? How much more do you want? What do you want? Who the hell are you? I have to know! Are you afraid to show me? Pull back your hood. Let me see. Oh my God. Not you. Brandy? It was you?
I told you.
No.
I would always take care of you.
No.
Baby. Hi. It's me. Carol, it's done. I can't thank you and the congregation enough. Let everyone know that I'm gonna be just fine. Yes. Love you too.
Stephen Stewart, a little turd of a man who would blame his own shortcomings on everyone else, but mostly his wife, Brandy. She now smiles, admiring the frightened look of terror on his face, now frozen forever in death. I'll be back shortly with a final word. Is all that we see or seem but a dream within a dream? Simply a question that Poe once asked. Have we provided an answer for you? Or does the question have many answers? Maybe your own nightmares hold the truth. Our cast included Crimson McKenzie and Winslow Swan. The story was written and directed by Crimson McKenzie. This is your host, Artemis Black, inviting you to return with us through the doorway to Nightmare for another adventure into the terrifying world of your imagination.
Until next time, slumber peacefully. Epilogue. The butler did it.